So last we left off, what's the first thing we do when we come back to a project after leaving it for anything more than like half an hour? Is we run the tests. We'll run the tests. They all currently pass. And so what we did, yesterday was the refactor of the list of integer over to basically a thing called a dice roll, right? So we created a new class called a dice roll that represents a dice roll. We moved some of the functionality that we were using in our score, such as count for, which tells us for a specific die value how many of those are in the current roll. And something we were seeing in the scorer was perhaps moving some more functionality over to basically to the dice roll itself. So out of all of these, what's interesting is we've got behavior that's around the full house stuff. It's unclear to me right now, though. Actually, even all of this is relating to the full house scoring. It's unclear to me, though, where this belongs. I'm kind of okay with it being in the score, but we may want to create smaller sort of score classes that handle specific things. So maybe, and then there's a question of like, what of this belongs in the dice roll class itself versus out here. For example, we sort of cheated a bit by allowing us to access to the stream of the dice in the dice roll. And then we basically run distinct, and then we basically calculate the score for each one. It's possible we could move the distinct into the dice roll. But then we still have to do here sort of the counting thing. Although we could do the counting thing because this returns a die to count map. And we could make that available directly. And so the idea is, how much more do we want to encapsulate things? I think for now, I'm okay with having this out here. And we'll see later maybe if we want to move it. But I kind of would like to move the scores full house into... I'm thinking into maybe a separate score, but I don't know. It doesn't feel compelling, and I feel like there's other things that we can do instead. So let's go to our tests. So we've got our game test, right? And this is what we were working on yesterday, where we now have to figure out. So if we look at this test, it says assign or given last roll of, and then score as one's category results in score of 2, right? The question though is if we look, this value is nowhere in our test. I'm going to put underscores because to separate that a bit. I generally don't like underscores because I find it a little hard to read, but we'll pull this out to make it obvious that this is the dice roll that we expect. But right now, though, nowhere is that in our this dice roll is not in our test, right? If we look, it's actually in the game. We've hard coded it, and so we need to figure out how to inject that. Vivek says underscores make my inner Python happy. Yeah, I mean, in general, in Java, we don't use underscores hardly at all, except maybe in like static finals, right? Constants. But in methods, it's like you never see it unless it's some kind of internal thing. Some folks do, when they write their test methods, though, they do use a hefty amount of underscores. But that's, we're in Java, we're used to camel case, so I tend to follow that. So let's see. So what we want to figure out is, this is not great. We want to, but we don't have a failing test, so maybe it's fine, right? It passes the test. So let's go create another test. Given last roll of, and here we'll do 44455, score as full house, results in score of, so what was that, 12, 22? Something like that. And here again, we can sort of be more explicit. Where did we get that 2 from? Because it's 1 plus 1. So we'll do the same thing. We'll create our game. Eventually, IntelliJ will catch up. Let me just check something. Okay. So sometimes OneDrive seems to chew up a lot of CPU. I have no idea why. I think it's because I use OneDrive also because I had the Microsoft subscription, so I get a terabyte of storage, which is quite a bit, and I use it as a backup target for my machines. And I feel like it's taking a lot of time syncing through all the backup records that it just really shouldn't be seeing at all. Anyway, all right, so we're going to roll the dice, and then we're going to assign roll to full house. How about we say score roll? No, I like assign to better. Assign roll to full house category. So let's create that method. And right now it does nothing. And we're going to assert that the game score is equal to, and this is basically 4 plus 4 plus 4 plus 5 plus 5. Hey, Offie. What's up, Doc? This will clearly fail. Unless math is wrong. And it does. Okay, so now we have a failing test, right? Because that's our rule. We can't write any code without a failing test. So now we need some way to have game be able to provide dice rolls. So let's create a dice roller. We'll make this final. And that will be injected. So we'll go create that class. And then we'll add as a constructor parameter. And then we've probably messed up a bunch of things. So we don't want to do that, actually. So we will create an additional constructor. So here, we'll have to assign dice roller to something. We'll just create a new dice roller. and then we'll want to inject one. So now back here in our test, we can hand one in. Hey, Louise, how's it going? I'm doing well. Solved my view test utils problem earlier. It was a silly novice mistake, and now we're back to TDDing our dice game. All right. So now what we want is what do we want from Dice Roller? So the idea of Dice Roller, as we can probably guess, is its job is to generate dice rolls. So let's so what we're doing is we've been writing some tests against game, but now we've hit a different boundary, that of Dice Roller. So for now, it shouldn't affect any of our tests, other than we still have the one that's failing. So we're at the point where we need a way to control the dice rolls that are sent into the game, but we don't have a way of doing that. So we can't refactor. So we've done a little bit of refactoring that maybe we shouldn't have, because we've got a failing test. And so what we can do is we can disable this for now, and then continue with the refactoring, and then we can add that test back in. Because when we're refactoring, we want to be green. We want to go from green to green. We want to be staying in green as much as possible. So what we want from the dice roller is when we roll dice, what we'd like is dice roller roll, and for that to return a dice roll. And so we're basically just moving this, right? So this was what was there before, and so we haven't really changed any behavior. We've just moved some behavior from game into this dice roller, but it's still hard-coded. So if we run all our tests, they should still pass. And they do. Last roll, though, that we can just return our last roll. I'm not sure, although we don't have a test that tells us we need to do that. So we'll leave it. Right, and it's very tempting, right? I mean, I still have to stop myself from doing things that violate, the rules. I mean, sometimes, you use your judgment, but I shouldn't touch this because no tests are failing. Removing this and returning last roll, which is very tempting, no test is failing, so I shouldn't change it. And again, it may seem obvious and may be okay, but I sort of err on the side of I want to practice as much as possible, because especially when I'm in more realistic situations, I want to make sure I don't treat things that are obvious that maybe really aren't. Okay, so all our tests pass, right? Yes. So let's do a commit, because all our tests are passing. And all we did was, well, one thing is we factored out dice roll generation. So it's dice roll generation to a new dice roller class. And then what did we do here? That was that refactoring. And this, really no change. Have a pending disabled test that will turn back on shortly. All right, so we commit. Hey, Aratnor, is it pure Java? Yes, this is most right now in our domain stuff. It's pure Java. We haven't. We'll be hooking some stuff up to Spring. We have some of that, but most of this is core Java stuff. And basically, we're not right now focused on just the core domain of logic, the business game logic, and not worrying about the Spring interactions just yet. We'll get there actually fairly soon, I think. All right. So so now we need to go back to our game test. Let's re-enable this. And so this will fail. And so now what we need is we need to control the dice rolls that we get 44455. We now have a way to do that. We can inject a dice roller, and we can inject a stub dice roller. So basically one that always returns new dice roll of 44455. And we can't quite do that because it has to be an interface, which kind of sucks. So what we can do is we can expand the lambda body, but even there, that still doesn't work. And so so what we'll need to do is figure out. I mean, we could do new dice roller, and then override the roll method, and then return dice roll of, like that. That's really kind of ugly. So we could create a stub dice roller class that makes this a bit easier, or we could extract dice roller to become an interface. And that might be okay, although the risk is if we make it an interface and then we use the lambda method, because we can do that in Java. If we have an interface that is a single method, we can just use a lambda to kind of override it. But if we ever add another method to the dice roller, then we've got a bit of refactoring. So I'm not 100% that dice roller will remain having one method. So I think what we'll do is we can create a subclass of this that allows us to basically stub that out. So let's do that. Actually, I'll just move it. So we'll convert anonymous to inner. So this is a stub dice roller. And then we can pull these out into parameters. Except I have to do them one by one. Oh, actually, I could pull the whole thing out. Let's pull the whole thing out. So this becomes a parameter. No, not to the method. We want to make this a field. And we initialize in the constructor. That name is really bad. And then this becomes a parameter to the constructor. I love when IntelliJ does little things like that. Oh, sorry. What stuff do I put in my domain package? And thank you for the caffeinate. So let me caffeinate and then I'll answer that question. So this comes from, in case either you don't remember or you haven't seen it. Not this. Let me grab my orthogonal architecture. Why are you downloading it? You should have it locally. That's so weird. So this hexagonal architecture comes from stuff that Alistair Cockburn did back in the 90s. And so the idea is of the hexagonal architecture is that we want to separate the inside from the outside. And so in terms of what's inside and outside, the inside, and that's right, yes, there is a YouTube video. Couldn't find it. I don't have that many videos. Let's go look at it. TDDing.tv. Right here. Throw the link in. So yeah, so basically I go through this whole presentation in that video. Wow, I've got 2,200 views. For some people, it's like, that's it. And so the basic idea is there's the core inside stuff, which does not touch the outside world. I always think of it as like, this is the disembodied, brain in a glass jar, right? But has no interaction with the outside world. All it can do is think and process information. How it gets that information and what it does with it, those are outside concerns. And so we basically separate it between the inside and the outside. And the stuff inside is the core domain, and that's what we're working on. And so this is all of our business logic, domain logic, game logic. I generally call it domain because whether you're writing an e-commerce system or an accounting system or a game or a to-do list tracker, right? Those are different domains. Some might be business, some might be games, but they're all domain specific. So the domain refers to like, what is the purpose of the thing you're writing? And the thing we're writing right now is a game. And so all the stuff that deals with that logic are scoring, assigning the roles to categories, generating the roles, all those kinds of things. Those are part of the core domain. And the key factor is none of them touch the outside world. And by the outside world, pretty much infrastructure is hardware, right? Network, file, all those kinds of things. Those are considered external concerns. Can DI be thought of as turning the inside into the outside? It's a way of doing this relationship. So I talk about that all the way out here. And it's basically, you're doing the dependency inversion because the rule is dependencies point inwards. So you can have these outside things, which is where we deal with the outside world. So we've got our Spring stuff that's outside the hexagon. And that basically adapts stuff we need inside to the outside world. But dependencies, we can only have adapters pointing inward. And so that can be problematic if we want to initiate, for example, storing something into a database. That looks like that we have to have a dependency from our core into the outside world, something like this. But we don't want that. That's bad. And so what we do is we invert the dependency. And this is such a common thing, this dependency inversion. So instead of our core domain trying to depend on something external, which is bad, so the onion pattern, the clean code, architecture, there's maybe another name for it that I can't think of. These are all the same ideas. But I think what's different is they're mostly the same idea. That of separating your concerns, that of inverting dependencies. I just prefer the terminology from the hexagonal stuff that Alistair Cockburn came up with. And so what we do is we basically say, what would our ideal port look like? Right? If we want to talk to a database, we'd create an interface in the language of our domain, and then we'd have an implementation. And so what that looks like is something like this, whereas our normal stuff on the outside depends on us, right? Incoming messages, incoming requests, incoming web page posts. Whereas here, the dependency is the other way around. So our application depends on the port, and then we have implementations that can vary at runtime. And this makes testing much easier. And that's, for me, the main reason why why I like hexagonal, is because it makes things so much more easily testable, right? Because I can run all of my tests. I can run them as long as I'm running my non-spring tests, right? As long as I'm running, in fact, let me rename this to all domain tests. Because that's really what we're doing. And since I can run all my domain tests and I know they never touch files, networks, external systems, right, databases, whatever, I know that they'll also run really, really fast. I do have some tests outside, like in my adapter, and this takes a little bit longer to run. Not a lot longer, but long enough. And it's testing stuff about my configuring the adapter and some other things. We'll see that. We'll see more of that later. And let me... Okay. All right. Yeah. So we've got our stub dice roller. We can just make this a static class. And basically, this one is a stub because we're hard coding the return value. So whenever this implementation of the dice roller gets asked, hey, give me a roll, we're always going to return the one we configured. Boy, this will be so much nicer when we have records. Can I use records? I'm using Java 14. Use record? Oh, I won't bother. Squirrel. So now what we can do is we basically created a stub dice roller. And so now we can say, this is the roll that we want. And by doing that, I'm not sure if this passes yet. I don't remember if we fully hooked it up. But you know what? I don't care. I don't want to think. I'm just going to run tests. Okay, so it fails. Now it returns 0. So that's fine. So now we can go look and say, well, why is this failing? So this is failing most likely because our roll dice, our last roll is not returning the right thing. Right? So we are calling dice roller roll, so we are storing that, but we're never using it. Right? The score is grabbing the last roll. Oh, but we are assigning that. Okay, now I'm confused why this is failing. Could it be because right. So this is a separate thing, is we basically hard-coded, is sort of the assign role to this category did nothing. So let's go back here. I'd like to push it in the direction of I'd like to get rid of this. So we can write a quick test for that. Last roll is returns value of last of most recent roll dice. Okay, so roll dice, if we look at it, it doesn't return anything, but we can force what we want it to be, and so we can do something like this, and we'll just do 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. And then we can say game.rollDice, and we can assert that game.lastRoll, that should be equal to, we can sort of save this off. Really wish it wouldn't do the of. Now we got to fix something because we have to make sure we implement equals here. Oh, that's not right. We want equals on the dice roll. We have that? No, we don't. Let's go implement that. Let's go implement equals in hash code. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's going to be not null, so that's fine. Okay. And no, I'm not using Lombok. Why do I write unit tests for code without logic? They just integrate and do not operate. If I feel like I could make a mistake, then I want to write a test for it. Oh, Strager said exactly that. And Vivek brings up a good point, is I have expectations of things that, in a sense, and this is why writing the test first is useful, because it sort of forces you to not think about how you're implementing it, and then forces you to really think about just what do I want it to do. So if I run this test, this is clearly going to fail. In fact, we should probably create a toString method that's useful. I'll go do that. Let's just do that. Okay, that way we can see the difference. And we see that what we're getting back is not what we expected. So now we can go into our game and we can basically return the right thing. That should make that test pass. It does. Then we can go back to our game test and we can run all domain tests. Okay, good. So now we've got everything else working. We should probably do a commit. Even though we've got a failing test, we've done some changes that we should probably do a commit. So added equals hash code to string to dice roll. That's all we did, right? Yep. And then for game, we basically now game returns the actual last dice roll. Dang it. With that, hey Trampstars, welcome. Welcome, welcome. All right. Still got a failing test. This test is failing. And the reason this test is failing is because this is a no-op. Here, actually we can... Now, the question is do we keep this test around? So this test was enabling us to return it. I'll keep it around, but it's certainly a candidate for something that we may want to delete. Tichu, every code can have mistakes. That's not the cause why you should write for every line of code a test. So when we're doing TDD, right, one of the rules in order to get from red to green, right, in order to create a passing test, we have some choices. If there's an obvious implementation, then we can just do that. And again, this is one of the things that Kent Beck talks about is we can use our judgment to say, well, there is no decision making, it's just a straight up thing. But it's not always obvious because we sometimes return hard-coded values because we want to get back to green really, really quickly. So like Strager is like, I want to be writing code as the result of a failing test, and the test tells me basically what to write next. I'm not quite sure, because I'm not quite sure what your question is. So feel free to please ask again, because this TDD stuff has some nuance and subtleties that are not obvious, and it is a different way of thinking. It is definitely you're used to just writing code and then maybe writing tests after. It obviously is a very different way of thinking. And it's not just that it makes sure you write tests. It really does. It offers a way for you to sort of listen to your code and what your code is saying, but also it also encourages taking small steps. And I think taking really tiny small steps is very important. And again, that's one of the things that Kent Beck talks about in his book, which, by the way, our book study group, the meeting's coming up on Sunday. We'll have a chance to join. Okay, so this test is not that one. This test is failing. This test is failing because we said this is basically a no-op. We got away with that because here we cheated and we did something in score just to make the test pass. But now, through triangulation, we now have one test passing, one test failing, and they're sort of competitive. We can make only one of them fail, sort of with the dirt cheap return a hard-coded value. So now we have to introduce some idea of what the last category was, right? So here we can't just say, let's score the last roll as ones. That's no longer going to work. So we want to have some idea of a category. Now, since we've got two categories so far that our tests have driven us to, we could just do something as simple as is assigned to one's category. And it would help if I said that was a Boolean. And so now this would set is assigned to one's category to be true. And this would set that to false. And then here, we'd wrap that with an if-else. If is assigned to one's category, do that. Else, return Yacht score as full house of the last roll. So this should get both tests to pass. And it does. And so now all the tests pass. Are we happy with this implementation? Lord, no. This is awful. But again, what we want is, by writing the test first, we're saying, here's what we want the system to do. And we put aside this idea of trying to write the perfect, awesome, great code up front. And to me, this is something that is really a key part of the TDD. Because we tend to, when we write the code first, we tend to perfect it. At least I know I do, and this is what I observe in others, is we tend to be thinking about all the possibilities, and we want to handle them, we want to be flexible, and we want to be neat, and we want to be tidy. And we end up putting a lot of work into that, that means we're trying to do lots of things at once. We're trying to not only just write the code what it should do, but also make it tidy and also make it handle, like, that's juggling a lot of things. So instead, what we do is we basically write the silliest, straightforwardest thing possible. So Tramstar says, today was a good example where we write tests. We have unit integration end-to-end, and only end-to-end was failing because something about Jackson, because of Spring Boot. The time in the body had 2 errors on top of that request. Yeah, and so, we do have all different kinds of tests, but the more your architecture is separately testable, the less you end up having to write some of those end-to-end tests. Those are almost more what they used to call smoke tests, which is just, sort of, if you plug everything in together, does it not like go up in smoke, right? But you're not doing that a lot, and you're not exercising logic. You're more just seeing, did you integrate things correctly together? And sometimes you don't even need those. Sometimes you can get away with doing those manually because you do it kind of once. There are other kinds of levels of testing and focused integration tests or sociable tests. I encourage, if you haven't watched James Shore's streams over the past few weeks, he talks a lot about that stuff. So teacher says, I prefer to test first logic, not integration. Integration tests are on a higher level. TD doesn't know if the unit you'll test will be an operator and integrator. I don't want to adjust my test to a white box test. Well, I disagree. I treat integration tests, I want to drive my tests, sorry, I want to drive my code, even integration code, by a failing test. I don't personally see any reason why, if I'm going to TDD just parts of it, and we'll actually be doing this. So we'll actually have some failing outside tests, because the outside or integration tests, and the problem is integration tests is such a loose term that we would have to be very specific what we're talking about in terms of integration tests. And we'll get to that. Okay, so all our tests are passing. And we could say this is sufficiently sort of smelly code that we could immediately say, let's refactor this, right? So we are at green, right? All of our tests pass. And so now we could go into refactor mode. So let's do a commit. So that's fine. And that's fine. So we now handle assigning of the last roll to a scoring category for and full house. All right, let's commit that. Oh, thank you for the caffeinate, Derek, and the follow. And I really wish there was a shortcut key. There must be a shortcut key. What shortcut key will be? All right. I feel like there's a setting somewhere to make sure that all the files are automatically put into the default change list. But I don't want to look for it now. Okay, so I think we can be pretty confident that this is kind of smelly. But maybe we're not quite sure where to go, because sort of the rule of three. I'm not crazy about two, but I need one more to figure out how to triangulate. Right? In order to triangulate, we need three. So let's go do a third one. So given last roll. Yeah, I used to have that plugin, and it got really annoying because I kept having to suppress the stuff it was suggesting. I guess I could enable it for that one thing, but I think there's probably an easier way to do it. So given a last roll of, let's see, let's go for sixes. 6, 5, 4, 5, 6. Score as sixes. Sixes results in score of 12. So we'll pretty much do something like this. We could do a little refactoring of this sort of creation of a game with a stub dice roller of a dice roll of those things. That's a little messy. 6, 5, 4, 5, 6. So let's do that. Create game with last with dice roll always So we'll refactor this, and IntelliJ will use its magic that only works in languages like Java. So what it's basically saying is, well, you know, if you parameterize these, although it's kind of funny that it only parameterized 3 of them. It's like, if you parameterize this, we can replace this other method call as well. So we'll accept the signature change. We'll replace it. It didn't quite get all of it, so we'll have to push some stuff out. So it created these as, but we'll have to push this one out. So we'll push this out. That's die 3. Oh, that's not gonna. This is gonna be totally messed up. All right, let's not do it this way. Let's not refactor it that way. Let's. Will it allow me to put all these? Darn it. It would be great if I could push all of these as into parameters, but we'll do this. This is die 1. Do this. This is die 2. Die 3. Die 4. Really? Well, let's continue. And die 5. Yes. Yes. This one got messed up. 6, 5. Oh, okay. 4. Yeah, well, who cares? Okay. So that's fine. And let's move this down. Okay. So we'll have a game with the dice roll always of those values. Okay. The teacher, because if the integration changes, you have to adjust your tests. Depends on how the integration changes. Are you saying the thing you're integrating with changes? If the output is the same of the integration method. Why is it important to test integrations of something internal doing change, but the outcome is the same? Well, yeah, I mean, I would, again, it depends on, and this is why, you know, unfortunately, I know trying to type this up in chat is really hard. When, for example, I'm testing my integration with persistence, I don't need to test that Spring does the right thing when it persists data when I'm using its direct interface. Right? So I don't need to test that. What I need to test is when I'm using my own code to call the other thing, did I do it right? But even that kind of test, I'm not going to be using a real database. I might use so there are several things. I might use a fake in-memory database just to make sure the rest of my application works. Then I might use an in-memory database to check that that I'm calling it right, but I won't have a lot of those. I might have, you know, 3 or 4 of those kinds of tests. And so again, it's sort of like, this is why it's hard. It can be hard to talk about because the term integration means so many different things, and so we would have to talk very explicitly about what are we doing, and we'd have to look at code because, again, the terminology really kind of sucks. We don't have good standard terminology around this. Heck, we don't have good standard terminology around unit tests either, which is why Jeepa Hill, you know, came up with micro tests. So a lot of this stuff is really hard to talk about in the abstract, unfortunately. We might even be agreeing, and that's what's unfortunate is like I'm not sure what the differences are. All right, so we got we're going to create this. We're going to say game roll dice, and then we're going to say game dot assign. Now this is a bit dangerous. We're writing this sort of middle level test. And what I mean by middle level is we're writing test against this game object, which is in the domain. We're sort of at the edge of where our external stuff might, like our UI, would be calling. And we can probably, at this point, say, having these separate methods to assign the category is not going to work very well once we come in from the outside. And so this will be the last test that I write at this level. We're going to need to jump out and see what would make a better, basically, API for this class that is more, what's the word? Parameterized, right? Because we don't want to call an explicit method because that would lead to like a switch statement. That seems silly. Sometimes you can't get around switch statements, but I can already see like there's going to be the need for, based on some button click that is basically some string value or number, and we're going to have to translate that to which category it gets assigned to. And using a switch statement to do that is not great. So, but we'll continue with that, and then we'll sort of switch out to that outside layer. So we'll assign the role to 6 to number 6's category. Even the naming is kind of weird. So I'll create that method. We won't do anything with it. And then we'll assert that the game score is equal to 6 plus 6. 6 plus 6. The Goat Knight, do I ever worry about drag and drop tools or AI? I worry about AI. But if you mean, do I ever do stuff with AI? No, I don't. There is no AI. There's statistical regression and fancy neural network stuff. But there is no AI. So I don't use those things, but I do worry about the use of AI, but that's a separate ethical issue. In terms of drag and drop tools, not quite sure what you're asking. So maybe another attempt will help me understand what you're asking. Okay, so if we run our tests, and again, we're running all the domain tests because there's no reason not to run them all. Whether I run 1 or run 20, the overhead is almost exactly the same. So teacher, your current definition of integration is calling only methods from our own code base, no logic, calling only own methods constructors. So that's a very strange definition of integration. Most folks, when they talk about integration tests, are talking about some kind of test that is testing your code and somebody else's code, or your code and some other part of the code base, possibly a separate module, possibly most likely a separate project. So typically, integration tests include like, I want to test my code using Spring, or I want to test my code using a database, or I want to test my code and writing to a file. So that's why your terminology is very different from what most folks use. And so I recommend like looking at the existing terminology names and perhaps coming up with your own terminology. Otherwise, it can make it difficult to communicate what your intent is. Because if there's no logic, I'm not sure what you'd want to call that, other than it just is not. There's no behavior. So to me, the if statements and decision making is basically behavior. The Goat. Are there still a lot of jobs in technology and engineering? I've seen you ask this question before, and I've answered this question. Yes. If there's something more you want to know, then go ahead and ask it. But you've asked this question before. I'm not sure what me saying yes is helping you with. Because technology and engineering is what, $1 trillion industry, multi-trillion. So there's definitely jobs, but presumably you're not going out and getting a job in technology and engineering. You're getting a job in something specific. Oh, are you asking if AR drag and drop tools would change development? No. Nope. Nope. Now I get what you mean by worry. Do I worry about that? Nope, because those drag and drop tools have been around since the 80s and 90s and 2000, 2010s, and every time, or fourth generation languages, every time that comes around, people say, oh, there goes that job. And nope. And that's why I said there is no AI, because there is no, there's nothing that has any kind of general intelligence that will replace anything that we do. BPM tool. Yeah. So if you are good at, if you are average or even adequate at coding, you will always have a job, unless you stop learning. If you stop learning, sure, if you were doing stuff in the 80s like I was, and you were doing development, and then you didn't learn anything new, and I was doing Visual Basic 3, and I decided I didn't want to learn VB6, or I didn't want to learn Java, or I didn't want to learn .NET, then yeah, maybe I'd be out of a job. Although it would be still surprise you how much legacy stuff there is out there to maintain. COBOL is a good example. Flipstar, yeah. I do not believe in my son's lifetime that AI will get to the point where it can replace what we do. Prove me wrong. People who talk about AI, we saw it 50 years ago. They said, "Oh, we're just on the right," just like energy and fusion. It's like we're 10 years away from getting that to work. They said that 30 years ago. So I believe we are 10 years away from AI replacing our jobs, where every year it's always 10 years. We are nowhere near, the stuff we have that we call AI is nowhere near what we would need. I mean, have you talked to Siri lately? Have you used tools that supposedly incorporate AI? They don't even do fundamental basic things that we even could do. So, yeah. I mean, AI is either a bunch of if else, or it's actually just a lot of data with statistical regression. And you've got some neural networks, but I mean, you go to Google, you do a search. Now you'd think of any company on the planet that would they don't even incorporate basic natural language processing, because if you search for a word, it doesn't ask you, hey, this word can mean two different things in two different contexts. Which context do you mean? And then disambiguate it for you, right? And this is why searching for some things really is annoying, because it's like, well, no, I didn't mean the word in that sense. But we know how to do natural language processing, at least at a fairly basic level in terms of disambiguation. We've known how to do that for 5 to 10 years. And so Google's not helping you with that. They totally could. And that's not even AI. That's just better techniques at natural language processing. And we're not even using that. So I am not at all worried about AI in my lifetime or in my son's lifetime. No worries, the goat. I just want to make sure I answer your question so that it helps you. Oh, I missed some other chat. Removes the fun of it. Well, there's stuff we do these days that machines can do that we do for fun, right? We have our little farms in our backyard, or I mean, heck, we run. We don't need to run. We've got cars and bicycles. Why would we need to run? Because it's fun, or at least it's exercise. I think it's fun, usually. So Polytomas says, coding will be around for a while, but the glamour of the job is likely to decrease long term. Why do you think that? And it depends on what you mean by glamour. If you mean pay, history has not shown that to be the case. As long as we have extreme leverage of companies using software to make a crap load of money, tremendous amount of money. Do you see how much Microsoft, Google, Apple, all these companies make? They're not making it because they sell hardware. It's the software. That's what gives them the leverage, or the software that's inside the hardware. And as long as that leverage is tremendous, I mean, I think programmers are still underpaid. Even if you're working for, the top 5 companies and you're getting $500,000 a year, you are still underpaid. Do you not think that the companies are getting more out of you than the money they're paying? Of course they are. By orders of magnitude. So, yeah. Could I please show the roll dice implementation? Yeah, by the way, this code is open source. Did I push it recently? You know what? Let me push it. Let me commit this. I'll push it. Because I don't think I've pushed it recently. No, got a whole bunch of stuff. Let's go push that. So here, GitHub, Peter, Ted, Yacht, TDD Yacht. Crap, what is the remote? No. Forgot what the remote was. It is Yacht TDD. Okay. Because the project name I actually have is as TDD Yacht, but it's actually on GitHub as Yacht-TDD. Okay. Hey, dev chats. Whoa, chat scrolling. AI is scary. Yeah, I mean, if you read the science fiction, it can be really scary. But I'm also not worried because the stuff they talk about in the science fiction, we're nowhere near that. And who knows? It depends on which science fiction you're reading. Maybe it's benevolent, but I'm not worried. What I am worried about AI is the ethical considerations, the inherent bias that's built into these algorithms and these heuristics in the training data. That's my concern. Not that it's AI and it's going to be general AI and it's going to be smart, it's going to take over the world. I'm worried that we're putting and sort of encapsulating our bias, especially racial bias, racism, and other kinds of things into our algorithms that are into our training data. That's my concern. Polytomos code camps seem to be an indication of a long-term de-skilling of the field. I disagree. It's not like, code camps are filling a need. There are a tremendous number. You just look on any job site. You see an ever-growing number of jobs for developers. And we are nowhere near, even if we tripled or multiplied by 10 the number of code camps and universities that are putting out developers, we still do not have enough. We still have a shortfall. And every 5-10 years, somebody always says, oh, we're not going to have we're going to have a glut. And we never do, because we will, again, because we have such tremendous monetary leverage for the productivity that the software produces. I don't see there being, the skills will change and the skill sets will change. But I don't see any de-skilling, any evidence of that. Flipstar, doubt once there's a certain point it goes up, and sure. I don't think we're even close to the singularity. No, we don't even know what that's like. Google does some natural language understanding on searches. So they may be doing some implicit behind the scenes, but what they should be doing, and I did this 30 years ago, 25 years ago, where you put in a search and it would say, we found searches where this word means A or this word means B. Which one do you want? And so in order to disambiguate it, it should be more of a back and forth query. And that's what I'm talking about, that Google and other search engines are not doing. And so they may be using the various NLP, current research. I'm sure they have a lot of research, but it's not evident to me as a consumer. And so, integration is a perfect example of that. And there are many more obvious ones, right? I mean, we could go, look at the searches you've done for the past day, and there are going to be cases where Google could ask you, did you mean this or this? At two completely different meanings for the same word, depending on context. So, yep, all the companies are worth well over $1 trillion, getting towards 2 trillion. I'm not worried about pushing a failing test. We'll get it. Polytoma says the points make on program value. I think it depends. I think we could see a stratification in the pay grades for software work. There already is a stratification. So we will. What will be interesting? I mean, there already is a stratification, but we're not. The evidence that I don't see any evidence that we are lowering how much software developers get paid, which you'd normally see in sort of an excess supply. We have a very small number of high-paid AI-related jobs and a large number of lower middle-class jobs related to CRUD or legacy systems. We already have that, but that's not changing anything. We've outsourced, a bunch of things to Poland for maintenance work, and because it's cheaper, or Romania, or any of those kind of countries. That's been going on for decades, the whole outsourcing thing. But that does not fundamentally change the availability of jobs. It changes the skills, but and there is going to be the AI related machine learning stuff is certainly in high demand, and it's created a new category of jobs, right? We've got data scientists and things like that, but it has not lessened the need for all the other ones. No code platform could have multiple effects long term, where maybe the future software workers are just code camp trained and twiddle whatever no code platforms management thinks gives value. I mean, to a certain extent, we already are doing stuff that really should not be done by a developer, that should be done in a no code environment, that really just are CRUD. Like there's no, and you're seeing some of that with smart sheets and Airtable and things like that push some of the stuff into spreadsheets where there's already a lot of code. It's a lot of code in spreadsheets. We just don't see it. There's a lot of untested code in our spreadsheets. The GOAT, are there really racism in algorithms? Absolutely. Do a search on it. There's a book, at least 1 or 2 books about it. Absolutely. There is embedded racism. There was just a recent case where someone was misidentified because of a bad algorithm. Tramstar as bootcamp uni grad have bare basic, need to spend a lot of time working and reading books to come really good. Not many people. Yeah. And so that's a good point. Like there will always be stratification levels of folks who have entry level skills and maybe don't want to go much beyond that, right? They're good enough for their job. I mean, I saw that 20 years ago and I see that today. There are folks that's like, it's a day job. I do just enough to get my job done. And there will always be jobs like that because companies don't know how, even the high-tech companies still do not know how to manage development teams. For the vast majority of the companies, they just don't know how to do it because otherwise they wouldn't need so many people. I worked on teams that were huge, and I look around and I say, we could have been done with this 6 months ago if we just had 10 people instead of the 100 people we had. But that's, companies tend towards that for a whole bunch of reasons. I wasn't necessarily saying that they weren't using natural language models. I'm saying they weren't using the power of those natural language processing models, because if they're not going to present it in the UX, then there's no way for it to disambiguate it based on the fact that on a regular basis, it confuses the words and I have to come up with other words to describe what I mean. So it doesn't help if it incorporates it, but it doesn't change the value of the search. Flipstar, the problem with human decisions is that it's almost entirely emotional. Well, that may not be a problem. I debate whether that's actually a problem. It is a problem probably a lot of times, but not always. And so that's what's interesting about like incorporating decision making into AI. How do we put things that we value into the AI? And we don't know how to do that. Thank you for the caffeinate, Leonardo Sesca. Sometimes more is not actually more. I would argue a lot of times more is not actually more. Would like to hear why they do that, if you mind. Sorry, I may have lost the train on what you're talking about, tramp stars. Holly Thomas, some of the AI skepticism, some of Gordon's analysis recently made about GPT-3 seems to come to mind. I think it's likely we're on the cusp of even more intensely scaled models solving much more ambitious problems. Yeah, you know, I'm no expert, certainly, but I do read up, I do read journals, and I see nothing that tells me we're anywhere near close to the kind of AI we sort of casually think about AI, what some people call like general AI. Yeah, we'll get better models, but I'd like I don't think that solves much, because we end up not really using those models for things that are actually helpful. Like, you know, I just look at my calendar and stuff, and like, why can't it figure out these things? Why can't it schedule things in a certain way? What, you know, why are these tools not helping us in what should be easily, you know? And it's basically, you know, whatever the big companies decide they want to spend their money on. And you know, why is Siri so dumb? I mean, so anyway. Oh, sometimes more is that. So the problem with large teams is you end up, you know, because you've got 100 people, the quality of those people is not going to be all the same level. Plus, if they're anything larger, you know, you have the typical communication problems of you can't have one team that's 100 people. So you've got to divide it into, let's say, 8 teams. Even that, and that's a large team size. So you've got that problem. And what typically happens, I see in organizations especially, is large ones tend to grow larger because that's how political power works, right? You gain power by the number of people you manage. And so the way you gain more power is by hiring more people. Not because it's the best way to do it, but because it's what will get you more money. And that's the way that game is played. And so it's not in the upper management's best interest to do better with fewer people. And this is why, you know, small companies can all of a sudden, with not very many people at all, become wildly successful. Because they can focus better and they don't have all these other things that basically force organization, or not force, but tend to lead organizations to do things that are not really in their own best interest. But that's the way the game is played. AlphaGo is still impressive. Cool wizard. Yes. It's not that there's not really impressive stuff. It's just I feel like in my daily life, it doesn't really help me all that much for like the drudge task work. You know, like for example, I go running fairly much around the same time each day, and I do fairly the same thing. And I prefer fairly the same music when I run. And like, why isn't that learning from that and saying, hey, would you like your typical Monday run at this pace? Let's go start the music that has this pace. And Spotify actually took that feature out, where you used to be able to say, hey, give me some music that's 160 beats per minute. Like, why should I tell it? Let it figure it out. It has the data. And that's not even AI. That's even machine learning. And the models are not very sophisticated. And so I'm like, if we can't even put in these super basic models that can, you know, eliminate and make my runs more enjoyable, then how can we possibly do stuff elsewhere? Anyway, so that's a whole separate topic. Yes, Yacht is feeling unloved. Like Thomas, yeah, deep neural networks have lots of swag. Flipstar, what was the language that brought you into coding? Good old BASIC. AppleSoft BASIC was the real AppleSoft, and TRS-80 level 2 4K BASIC. That's what got me into coding. All right. I assume our tests are still failing. And they are. Let's get back to that. But I'm more than happy to answer questions because, you know, if I didn't want to answer questions and chat about this stuff, I wouldn't stream. So, therefore, all right. So we expected this 26 to be equal to 12, right? So we expected that our dice roll thing should be calculating this as sixes. I don't know what it's scoring it as. So it's a full house. Not even a valid full house. Did it just sum it up? Who the heck knows? Anyway, it's not doing it right. Sorry, this test. 10. Right? Yeah, I think it scored it as a full house, which means our validation is wrong. So we need actually about another test that we'll put here. Test for full house validation, because this should never be scored as a full house. It's got 2 6s and 2 5s, but it's got a 4 in here, so that's not a full house. I think we check for a minimum of unique 2, but actually we shouldn't be. Yeah, we check for we do check for is valid full house, so it should not be valid, and we should be returning 0. Who the heck knows? Why is this scoring as 26? We assign it there, we do the score, so it's not assigned to 1, so it's scoring as a full house, but score is full house. It shouldn't be a valid full house. Anyway, so we've got a test that we'll have to write. Because this should only be a valid full house if the number of dice occurring 2 or more times is 2. Although I guess technically we've got the 6 and 5s occurring twice, but the 4 is only occurring once. Yeah, okay, so we've got some problems with our full house, where it's not quite, the validation's not quite right. But you know, we're not worried about that right now. Actually, should add a test here. Actually, let's add this, and then we'll disable it. Roll of 6 6 5 5 4 scores as 0. And so if we basically do this. 6 6 5 5 4. So I expect this to fail based on what we've seen, and it does fail. Yeah. Okay, so we got a failing test. We'll disable this for now, but we know that that's a bug we'll have to fix. Oops. All right. So my coffee mug is getting empty, so we're getting close to a break. Let's run all the domain tests again. Make sure that this test is broken. Okay, so this test is broken. Our assign is broken because we're not doing anything. And now at this point, we're like, that's not great. Hey, Liscut. I'm looking great today. Thank you. My code's not looking so great. This is kind of yucky. So we will do the last is assigned to category equals 6. No, that's really horrible. So what's the simplest thing we can do to make this work? We could create another variable is assigned to 6's category. We'll set that to true. And we'll have to make sure we set assigned to 1's category is false. And we'll create that field. That's a Boolean. This is false. And then here, if it's that, and we'll add in one more else statement here. Again, we are purposely writing the simplest code that could possibly work because we want to get the test to pass. And then we can refactor. And so return yacht score. Score is 6s. Last roll. All right, so that should pass. And it does. Okay. Let's get. Do I ever use Lombard? Sorry. I need to create. That's do I have a Nightbot command for that? Because I certainly should. No, I didn't write one yet. I'll have to write one. So the short answer, no, it's okay. So I used to use Lombok more, but when I really started using it a lot, I found it was hiding, or what's the word? It wasn't letting me hear the code very well, right? So there's this idea of listening to the code, and Lombok would sometimes prevent me from hearing things that the code was trying to tell me. Not to mention, it sometimes caused weird problems and made certain things just annoying, like adding parameters to constructors and things like that. So, so I've actually been de-Lombokifying code as I modify it. So I currently have Lombok in my Kid Money Manager code. But actually, as we've been working on that, and that code is here. But as we've been doing some changes over the past, various times, when I hit some code, I've been de-Lombokifying it. I think it's handy for sort of throwing stuff together really quickly, but it's also I don't know. I kind of feel like more and more I feel like these automated tools like Lombok and like Makito and so on are useful, but then it requires a bit of extra work to really listen to the code. And I kind of don't want that in the way. So, and eventually the need for it will go away once records and some of the tooling gets up to date. Let's commit this because I don't want to leave a pushed commit to basically have broken tests. So let's take a quick look here. Okay, so handles assigning role to 6's category. Disabled tests for full house validation to be fixed. All right. And let's push that so some drive-by person gets good code as opposed to some broken code. Tramstars. Luska. I think it's quite useful for smaller objects. I think it's useful, but like, and so it does make the code look less verbose. It certainly does that. I don't know. I feel like it's one of those where if you use it in very, very limited ways, then it's fine. But then it's far too easy to start using it in ways that are not as fine. Like, yeah, I mean, for DTOs, for data, for purely data only things, yeah, if they're not going to change very often, but how do you know that they're not going to change very often? I'm sort of okay with, like, I guess my tolerance for verbosity is somewhat high because, look, I've been developing in Java for decades, so like, I'm fine with just using IntelliJ to say, please generate my equals and hash code, and generate my toString, and if I need to, generate getters and setters for all this stuff. I don't feel like it certainly doesn't take me much longer to do it. And yes, it means there's a lot more code, but then how often am I really looking through that kind of code? Like for DTOs, it's all pure data and getters and setters. So I don't really, yeah. So, transfers. Today we had 30% code coverage because of Lombok. After we did Lombok, whole app, we had 93%. Yeah, I mean, that's where, like, if you're using code coverage to guide you, you'd have to either not use it or make sure you have a way to exclude that code from your testing. I think there's ways to do that, but yeah. Yeah, the constructors are the thing that really annoyed me. Is like I wanted, especially since I'm doing TDD, there are times when I want to add a parameter to the constructor and then I want to have it refactor it, and I can't do it that way. And so that's probably the main reason I have stopped using Lombok, is because when I'm test driving it and I want to say, oh, I need to add a parameter to inject something into this thing, and I can't do that through an automated refactoring because Lombok is the one that's generating the constructor. That annoys me. So, yeah. All right. This is ugly. Do we all agree this is ugly? I hope you agree this is ugly. This is not tidy at all. This is smelly. So we'll need to do something with this. And we'll kind of... Yeah, so I think I have a sense of where we want to go with this. Well, let's take a coffee break, because I'm pretty much out of coffee. So let's take a coffee break, like an 8-minute break, and when we come back, we'll refactor this, right? Because we're in green. Let me run all the tests, and this includes the integration test. I don't think I've broken that. Yeah, so all our tests pass, so we're all in good shape. We'll see. Yeah, that's an option. So feel free to chat amongst yourselves about how we might clean up this code. And this code is now pushed up to the repository, so you can take a look at it there. And we'll break for 7 or 8 minutes, refresh our coffee, and we'll come back and refactor this. The whole idea of having Booleans for this is just bad. It is just not great. I mean, this to me is it's just screaming, let's do this some other way. I mean, there's a deeper problem that we're calling the Yacht score and we're saying score in this way. And so we might get to that level, but I think we can just create a category of some sort of scoring category, because what we want is we want to get rid of this. I mean, the fact that we have Booleans, that's already to me often a smell. Especially like, what if I had forgotten to turn ones off? That would then break it, right? So we want a single variable that basically points us to how we're supposed to score it, right? So if we're saying we need a single variable, that means could be a number. If we were only scoring 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe number would be fine. But we have full house, so that's not some. So we could use an enum, and in terms of how to do that. So let's. Do we want to go via the enum, or do we want to? Just thinking if we want to jump to a different pattern. I know enum is not going to be great either. Because then what'll happen is this will turn into a switch statement. Oh, and Luskett says map of category to supplier. Yeah, so we could do a map of the category to a scorer. Yeah. Do we do a poll? Oh, that's a good idea. Let's do a poll of refactor to so enum map of category scorer. What else can we do? We could, during the assign to, immediately calculate the score. And that will be neater. We'll see, though, that we'll write some tests that will basically make that not work so great. But we don't know that. We don't know what the future holds. We don't predict the future. Unless you're predicting the stock market. If you can do that, then go for it. Okay. What does Mildung say about replace if statements? Yeah, so this is a possibility. We already have something. Oh, and you're not seeing it. Let's drag this over here. There we go. So we could extract and do a factory class and then get the type and then have an operation map, and so that was actually the map option. Could do this, and then there's the command pattern. My guess is we're actually going to end up with something like something either like the command pattern, possibly enums. Let's go implement a rule engine. Done that, been there. Don't want to do it right now. So yeah, so there are a number of options we could take. Let's start out with those I think are larger, sort of more complex refactorings, and what we currently know is we might be able to get away with just computing the store in the assign to like Strager suggests. So let's try that. So what that means is we're going to sort of move this. Let's see, is there a refactoring we can do on this? No, I don't think so. So let's just say score equals yacht score as ones, last roll. And let's create this as a field. Be explicit that it's 0. And then this will just return score. And here, same thing. I guess we could do plus equals, but we don't know that. Score as full house. Last roll. And this one is score equals sixes. Okay. So that cleans that up. We can then get rid of our booleans. And then if we run all our tests, let's just run the domain tests. Man, that's so fast. So that just works. Let's commit it. Refactored to calculate score on assignment instead of for oh, that's a good question. How many lines deleted were there? Does it tell me? I could probably look at the Git, but you know, we got rid of 2 Boolean variables and at least half a dozen lines of code. Nice. Now, the way the game is played, however, we don't just score a single roll. So we'll need to test roll 2 roles assigned to different categories results in sum of both scores. The other refactoring implementation is what we just did. Because we could have gone to enums and then used ifs or switch statement. That wouldn't have been much better. Although we might still have something like that to handle incoming sort of event message type things. Then the other option was basically map something, the category, to the scoring mechanism. But the other, which was the Strager's recommendation, was I didn't add it to the poll, so that's what we treated as other. So what we want to do here is we've got a dice roll. Now what's going to be a little tricky is our stub dice roller is going to have to be a bit more sophisticated. Yeah, so we could look at game and we could say, well, this still doesn't look great. but it's certainly better. And yes, we could continue to refactor this to basically sort of encapsulate this into a basically an individual category scorer. And then yes, we could do the map. But because of calling the methods this way, it wouldn't necessarily make much of an observable difference, in the sense of it wouldn't clean up the code all that much. Right, because given this API for our game, you know, we'd end up with something that looks like, you know, whatever the map is, get, you know, one scorer, and then, you know, score for last roll, something like that. Not much of a difference. Slightly more complicated without too much benefit at this point. We will get to a stage, we can probably guess that this will become nicer because we won't be calling individual methods directly like this. We'll more have a method like you know, public void assign roll to, and then have some scoring category. Right, and then this makes more sense, because then this is like that. But we don't have anything pushing us to this just yet. We can probably say we will get to something like this, but we don't know. So bye. Goes away. Yeah, the code is not telling us to do that. We might be saying, this looks still some redundancy here. But given the fact that we have these separate methods, we're not helped much. So let's get to where, well, when the game is played, right, another round would be you do another roll and you assign it to a category. A different category. So so we'll need a dice roll. So let's do 1 1 1 2 2. So that'll be scored as a full house. And then we'll create another dice roll. That will be our sixes. And we'll do 1 2 3 6 5 4 5 6 1. And now we'd like a stub dice roller that basically returns first this one, then this one. So we'll have to extend our dice roller a bit. We go with a var args way of doing it. So we'll create our stub dice roller. New stub dice roller. We want to hand in full house roll and then sixes roll. Let's have it. I'm surprised it didn't say, would you like to make this var args? And if we say create constructor, let's make it var args. So this will have to now be, well, we don't want to turn it into an array. What we want to turn this into is a iterator of dice roll. And then this is dice rolls. Whoops, dice roll iterator. Oh. And all we want to do is list. And then we can say here, we can just say .next. Let's make sure that we haven't broken anything. So let's run all our tests. So that's all fine. And now we've got our dice roller, and now we can create our game. Oops. Game new. Oh, man. And we're handing in our stub dice roller. And we'll hold on to that. And so then we want to say game roll dice, game assign to full house, game roll dice, game assign to sixes. And then we can assert that the score, which I forgot to get, game.score, that should be equal to, let's see, 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 2 plus 6 plus 6. And yes, I don't need the parentheses for operator precedence. I need it for grouping. Okay. This should fail because it will just use whatever the last one was. So I expect this to be 12 and not whatever that number is. And it's not. Okay, good. All right. So this is happening because we wrote the simplest possible code here, which is equals. We could fix this by saying plus equals. And I expect that that would, well, technically I shouldn't do it there, but that's fine. And that fixes it. And in fact, we should run all the tests. And all the tests pass. So we kind of got away with, by just doing this and incrementing the score each time you assign a category. We don't have any current constraints about assigning it to the same category twice, which we should. But I want to switch gears now because, so let's do a commit. Score calculation handles multiple roles with category assignments. May as well push that. So, we could do this with multiple categories. We could continue sort of adding more assign methods, but we already suspect that that's not the way that the game is gonna be played. I do have a to-do list for this, so let's go check on that. We ended up not creating a representative player. We did create a representation of game that's sort of storing that. We do need to go back to the UI, right? Because that's the thing that should be driving all the rest of our code. If there's something you want me to throw in specifically in a to-do, I don't have a specific set of to-dos, but I should. So one thing to fix up then is full house validation is broken. The disabled test. Was there something else I was going to add to the to-do list? Can't think of anything. Oh, thank you. That's what prompted the to-do list, right? Category can need to or can currently be assigned to multiple times to constrain to only once per category per round. Okay, thank you. All right. So let's go all the way back to our web test. Yeah, those two are calling assign roll to and assigning that is sort of the two sides of the same coin. Once we constrain that you can only do that once, we would need to figure out how to constrain that all over the place. We probably don't need to do much in the way of validation because my goal would be to prevent that from accidentally happening from the UI. We could put in further constraints on. Oh, and that's another to do. Just reminded me. Introduce die as a value object to replace integer. Yeah, I mean this is sort of the domain constraint that we need to be concerned about, and it may require different ways of doing it. Okay. So what we want in our controller, we currently don't really have much here. We've been sort of, in a sense, simulating in our head what this would look like. But now I think we need to actually do some implementation. So we've got our index file, right, where we have a roll dice button. And what we want as a result of posting to roll dice is we want to so I was just looking at my CRC cards. I realized we have combined what we originally thought were going to be two separate classes, game and scoreboard. I have a feeling we'll get there, but the code isn't really telling us to do that just yet. So, so what we want is when we go to roll dice, we will post. When we post, we return to roll results. And so we need to create a controller for that, because that's what it's complaining about. So let's do a get mapping. Except I shouldn't do that. We should be running it from our web test. So this tells us that, this tells us that, this tells us we redirect there. Actually, we can continue with this test. And redirected URL. And return. Then we'll put that in a variable. And so on our MVC result, we can get the response, get the redirected URL, and we can do a mock MVC form of a get on that redirected URL. And what we want to expect from that, so what do we want? We basically have, what do we want displayed? So now we're switching over to time leaf, right? So now we're switching over to, from a static page that sort of kicked the whole thing off. Now we're in our time leaf view controller with model, and we want to basically check the contents of the page. We may need to no, that's fine. I was going to think about sort of injecting the dice roll and controlling that, but I won't care about the actual contents. I just want to care that something was in the page. So we expect that the model has attribute actually all I care about is the attribute exists, and the attribute I want is going to be basically the dice roll, or just roll. And that's all I care about, is that it exists. So that's basically so what we want is we want it to show the roll of dice and then basically choose which category you want to assign it to. So we got that, and then we expect that there's going to be some set of buttons. So whoops, content. String contains so this is a matcher, not the Makito ones. So let's see, which matchers are these? These are the Hamcrest matchers. Yeah, I guess I should use that one. But let's that. So contains ignoring case. So we want a button that's would these be buttons? What do we want the UI to be? You can only assign it to a single category, so there's no need to have like checkboxes or anything like that. So we'll just have basically a button per category. No, I don't even know that I want radio buttons. Like, there's no other choices that they're gonna have to make. So a radio button would require them to do a select on the radio button and then a submit. I think it's fine to just have them click a button that basically does the submit and specifies the category. So we'll just have a bunch of buttons. I'm not going to be too specific about. I'm not even sure I want to be specific about the content, because to a certain extent that's just hard coded. Yeah, no, thank you for the suggestions. Yeah, no, absolutely. Do not hesitate to make suggestions. Yeah, I mean, the only downside to the button is if you accidentally click the wrong one, you've assigned it to the wrong category. So that's actually the downside. So if I thought that might be a problem, and not to say it's not a problem, but I think right now button with sort of an basically immediate submit button is straightforward. That's a good question. I would say that doesn't happen in the real world, and so if we're simulating the real world game, that's up to you to figure out. Otherwise, it kind of, you're not doing any work. That's just pure luck. Not quite true, because you have to be a bit strategic about it. Because you may say, well, you know what, I'm going to assign this to this category because I know it's more likely I'll get something that will be better for this other category. So I'm not sure I want to even do anything here. I want to show the roll. They click on a button. I guess I could search for one of them. Let's see, how do I want this button to work? We did this the other day with the blackjack. Yes, there is the re-rolling stuff, which we know we have not done yet, and Yacht has. I'm pretty sure Yacht has that as well. Yeah. So go open reset. So we had in the controller. So we saw that. Oh no, it wasn't here. That was using the basic servlet stuff. Never mind. We should be able to figure out. No, Yacht is the actual. Where's my window for that? Here it is. Yacht is the public, sort of the public domain dice game, based off of Yahtzee, and basically Yahtzee basically trademarked a term, but these were sort of first. And so this part, the dice can be rolled up to 3 times in a term to try to make these combinations. But there are all sorts of variations. I kind of like the idea of this is unclear. This the way I might read this is that all of the dice that you just threw could be re-rolled or must be re-rolled, but you can choose to roll any of them up to 5 and do that up to 3 times, which is how it works in the trademarked Yahtzee game. But we haven't dealt with re-roll stuff. We'll get there, maybe someday. So what I want to figure out is what do we need from what do we need from the form? So input type submit. So these would all be submits with the value. Okay. So that's the value. Right, and I'm thinking, do we want input or button? Because I think button is actually better, because button can provide us with well, first of all, they're a bit easier to style. And so type, right, type can equal submit. This is the default if the attribute is not specified for buttons associated with form, or if the attribute is an empty or invalid value. So if we just have a button and it's in a form, it acts as a submit. I swear, sometimes I get stuck on. So that. And I want value. So I want at least one of these to be value equals ones. Yeah. I don't want to worry about the text. I just want that there's a button for that. We need the name? What does the name give us? Oh, that's the... We need the name, yes. Right, because it's a name value pair, literally. Yep, thank you. Why is it complaining about redirected URL? It could be null? Yeah, well, okay. Let's see. So I think that's it, and I think this will fail. Not think. I'm pretty sure this will fail because nothing is... We'll get a 404 on the redirected URL. So let's run this. And indeed, we get a 404. Cool. All right, so let's go make this test pass. Let's go back to our controller. Now we can create the get mapping for... I had a live template for this, but I guess it's on my other machine. So roll results, and then public string roll results. We'll ignore anything that comes in right now. That's fine. We're going to return roll results HTML, which does not exist. And unfortunately, it doesn't have an option to tell us that to make it. So let's go make it. Oh, hey, Dr. Xmas Easy. Welcome. So this should at least get further, but it should still fail because this doesn't exist. Let's run. And let me turn off that. So yes, error resolving template. That's fine. That's actually what we expected. Let's go create that template. New HTML file. Roll result. Roll result. Or actually, it's really choose scoring category. So that gets us a little further. It should still fail because we have no buttons and there's nothing in the model. All right, so model attribute role does not exist. So let's put that into our model. So for that, we'll need our model. And we'll do model add attribute of role with string. So no, that hasn't been asked before, or at least not today, because this is a web controller. We are using TimeLeaf as our template. We're not doing any kind of single page front end or anything like that. Yeah, it's not REST. It's a good old server-side generated web controller. Server-side generated HTML. Okay, so this will get the attribute to pass. We still won't have button on the page. And indeed, there is no button. So we can grab that and stick that in our page. Get some boost. Oh, yes. So let's put that in a form. Just because we know we're going to need it there. Funds category. Or in funds category. And let's... yeah, you know, server-side generation, old school, but you know what? Super, super fast. Super fast. Don't have to wait 15 seconds for the megabyte of JavaScript to download just so you can display a form. Looking at you, Chase Bank. So what we want here is and then here we want, we'll stick it in a div. And we'll stick this in a span with, we'll have to stick in time leaf stuff. That goes. Go time leaf. Just give me the frickin' thing I need to stick at the top of my HTML. Wrong one. Ugh. I know it's here somewhere. Where is it? There we go. That's what I wanted. Give me the frickin' namespace. There we go. Oh, really? No, I'm going to use it. Why are you taking it away from me? Okay. So what we want is th Cool Wizard, do I use Timeleaf in a professional environment? Absolutely. Yes. I use it lots. I teach it. Even if you're using a front end, like Vue or React or something, you're still probably going to want something to generate the pages for when you don't need the full front end, and so then Timeleaf is useful. You know, it makes your jars slightly bigger, but and especially if you don't need your full front end, like I mentioned, then totally Timeleaf is sort of the de facto standard. I mean, yes, there's lots of JSPs out there, but if you don't have to, don't use JSP. XML is awesome. Yes. Once it's aware of it, now you get all the magic. So we want a th text, and that's going to be basically role. And it's complaining because it can't resolve it. I think because you just don't know what's going on. Because we certainly put it in there. Okay. Let's run it now, and so we should see the right thing. And it does. I mean, it indeed passes. All right. So now, Tramstar says, I heard it's used sometimes in Apple Simple, at least from a front end point. Yeah, well, or complex, right? Again, if you don't need highly complex interactive front end user interfaces, especially if you're doing, I mean, stuff where you're basically doing a fair number of form submits, just use Timeleaf. Or if you're doing mostly sort of fairly straightforward display stuff, you still use Timeleaf. And then maybe you use a bit of JavaScript here and there. Or maybe use time leaf just for a portion of the AP, of your UI. So Dr. XMC says, great thing about time leaf is that it works well with Spring Boot. Yep. Can't do it with JSPs? Are you sure? JSP is just another view template engine. I don't know, I really don't use JSPs anymore, so I haven't used them for years. But it's just another view template. I'd sort of surprised that wouldn't work. But yeah, anyway, if you have a choice, use time leaf. Okay, so we got a passing test. Let's actually run it. Oh really, you have to use deploy with a war? Why would that be? I mean, well, JSPs are, yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. I didn't think that was a constraint. I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm a tiny bit curious. I can guess why it's that way, but I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole or rat hole. Okay, localhost. What port are we running on? 9090, right? Because 8080 is used by my stream overlay. All right, start playing. Click on the button to roll the dice. Roll dice. You rolled a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're in ones category. This won't do anything. What are my thoughts about JSF? I don't think they're safe for work environment. This is not a mature channel, so I can't give you my thoughts about JSF. I don't care for JSF. JSPs I feel much more strongly about, actually. JSF, I'm like, eh. I know there are companies that use it. I would say I haven't looked at it in such a long time. I have no idea how testable it is, and so for me it would be, how testable is it? Yeah, that's probably true, Dr. XMZ. Probably true. Yeah, it's possible that tutorial's correct. It's also possible it's wrong, but honestly, I don't care enough about JSPs to go solve that problem. Okay. We now can't, when we click on that button, nothing happens. And so what we'd like is when we click on assign it, actually, I think we're sort of done at this layer. We could. So what we need to figure out now is do we need to continue testing at sort of the HTML level, or can we drop down one layer and test at the controller level? Right. So the next step is we want to be able to process that you've clicked a button so that we can actually assign it to a category and then give you your score. Oh, that's something we should also be displaying, is your score. So let's bring yeah, I have been doing a lot of this game development stuff. I mean, this happened because I wanted to do a simpler project with TDD. One thing I've realized is that this is still not simple enough for some of the things I want to do. Next time I'll use a simpler dice game than Yacht. Yeah, I can click this button over here to toggle the soft wraps. I generally keep it on because Spring dumps a whole bunch of logs, and if I do need to sort of look into it, I don't mind scrolling right a bit. It looks much neater this way, and if I do need to parse some really long line, then I can toggle this on and off. What I'm wondering about is I want to have another expect. But I'm wondering how much this will get us. You were not aware of this button? Yes, there are buttons here. You can click them. They're very handy, except for the print file. Well, I don't know why you'd ever print your console. God. Yeah, it's funny how we can sort of, because they're like always there. We tend to like overlook them. And then, yeah. Yep. Do I want to assert this, that we get the score? No, that'll be in the model. So let's put that in the model. That model attribute exists for score. That's fine. So that'll fail. Oh, let's actually stop our application and then we'll run this. Yeah, like a decade ago, I would have been printing lots of stuff. These days, I just hardly print at all. Okay, we are currently missing score, so that's fine. So let's go to our controller, add that. So now that'll pass. And cool. Okay. I think that's as far as we want to go at the sort of the mock MVC web level. I think we can now drop down and write some unit tests. So let's go make sure all our tests pass. And then we'll commit. So added initial fake roll results HTML page. Yeah, so what I'm doing now is so far we wrote a test that sort of validates both these things through the mock MVC. But that's really awkward to sort of continue down that road. First of all, we'd have to start mocking some things out and mocking some services and things like that. And really to no point, because I want to get closer to this class, because while it's labeled controller, it's still just a class. And I can instantiate it. And therefore, if I can instantiate it, I can write a more direct micro test for it. Basically, I need to do things at sort of the mock MVC Spring Boot test level to check that my mappings work, because I can't check that through a unit test, a micro test. I can maybe check the model, but I still would be more comfortable checking that through the mock MVC. So that kind of thing, and basically checking the HTML is generated. But now that I've checked for those attributes, now what I want to do is I want to test this thing directly. I want, when I do roll dice and then roll results, what I get in my model is the right information. And then we can process clicking on a button, check that from another mock MVC-like test, but then drop back in. So let's go write a test for this. Got controller test. So while while this is in adapter web, it still is a, for some reason it can't be public. It's just another test class. So let's test roll results in rolling dice returns roll in results page. So what I'm doing here is I can now instantiate the Yacht controller. And I can just call methods on it. So I can say Yacht controller roll dice, and then Yacht controller roll result. I can hand in a model. Like, whoops, whoa, that was weird. Did it not let me do that? That was interesting. Now I can't instantiate it because model is it's either an abstract class. Yeah, it's an abstract class. But I can instantiate like one of those. So we'll do model equals new. We do concurrent model. That's efficient for us. Sure. And then I'll be able to sort of get things out of it. Because I don't really care about the return value of this. I want to actually now introspect the model. And so what I want to do now is in the model, I want to basically say contains attribute. Right, and so here I could even not bother checking at the model at the mock MVC level. I could check it here, which is more efficient because this test runs faster. Transfer says, what structure of packages do I like? I like structuring my packages basically according to the hexagonal architecture, which I'm already doing. Right, so I've got all my domain classes here. Right, and you can tell that that this is domain because I'm not referencing anything about Spring. It knows nothing about Spring. In fact, it pre-existed Spring. And then I put stuff that communicates with the outside world into adapter subpackages, usually given a name of what kind of adapter it is. So my Yacht controller, which is currently my only web-specific class, is in the adapter web package. And that way, I can even check that anything in my domain package doesn't reference anything outside of my domain package. Yeah, so I can check the model pretty easily, but when I wanted to check the HTML in the web test, then I need to run it through mock MVC because it has to. I mean, there are ways to bypass that, but they're not worth it at this point. So really, I could get rid of those and assert that stuff at the micro test level. And in fact, I'll do that once we actually get this test to pass. So we can say that it contains role. That would be is true. And what was the other one? Score. So I can run this test. And it's super fast because it's not a integration test, right? It's not a test because it's not using Spring, so it's super fast. So now I've done that, I can go back to this other test and I can pull this stuff out. So the checking that I would do in my integration, my Spring test, are things that I can only test at this level, such as am I redirected? Did I get redirected to this URL? And does this HTML contain this information? Anything else I should be able to do here. So this is a start, but what I want to further do is be able to get control over sort of what role happens in the score and things like that. That's correct. Anything in my domain or nothing in my domain will ever have anything that has to do with Spring. You will never find, and my Kid Money Manager application structured the same way. You will never find anything in the domain core that has a dependency on anything outside of the core domain, right? Strict adherence to hexagonal. No entity there either, which is different from the way a lot of people do it. Let's go take a look. We're not storing anything here. We don't have entities, but let's go take a look at that. I should probably record like a walkthrough of the Kid Money Manager code because this comes up a fair amount. Kid Money Manager. Where's Kid Bank? There it is. And I still have work to do to clean up and use Tailwind, but maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Okay, so let's close this. And okay, so first of all, here's our domain. Right, those are the tests. Well, those are also in the domain. So here's our actual domain. And in fact, do I have my arc unit test? I may not have that here, but I could have one. I don't think I have it. Okay, so anyway, so here we see these domains, and you may see things here that that look like they should be entities. All right, so goal or account. Like it to not select all of them. So account or core account or goal or especially transaction, user profile, all these things you might consider entities, but they're not. They're not Spring entities or JPA entities, Hibernate entities. They are entity pattern. Yes, you do see Lombok. I have been de-Lombokifying as I've been modifying it, but there is still Lombok left over, yeah. Well, I can't have an opinion on it. I wouldn't have an opinion on it if I didn't use it. So I did use it in this project, and that's where my, among other projects, that's where my opinion was formed that it, yeah. Anyway, let's not relitigate that. So what you can see here, though, is these things could be entities. Absolutely. So where are my JPA entities? Because I am storing it in a database. So according to hexagonal architecture, they would live not there. They would live out here in the adapter. So I have an adapter that does translation of core domain entities. So this entity here is the domain-driven design pattern entity, right? And the definition of that is somewhere here. So an entity has identity, history, and basically attributes or properties, right? But it has unique identity, where it's generally the identity has no obvious connection with what the content of the entity is, right? Typically it's a UUID or maybe some sequence, something like that. So that's the pattern. And I'm reiterating that because it can be confusing to say, oh, well, it's an entity, but it's not tagged as @entity. The @entity is an annotation that Spring uses or JPA or Hibernate. So, so I have my repository adapter is where we'll find our DTOs. Right, that's where our DTOs will be. And those will be the things that have entity. So if I want to store a transaction, I go look in my JPA adapter, and that's where I find my repository. So let's look at, let's say, the user profile repository. Straightforward JPA repository, right? But I'm storing user profile DTOs. So DTOs are the things that get stored in the database. Therefore, the DTO is an entity. So then there has to be some mapping, and that's what this mapping is. The repository adapter is then responsible for mapping my domain entities into how it gets stored in the database. And that's what happens with these translation methods, right? I can convert a domain user profile to a DTO so it can be stored. And when I want to retrieve it, I can take a DTO and return it as a user profile. And then I just need some glue code to retrieve it from the repository, and that's what the adapter does. All right, so the adapter says find by phone number. I'm finding by my domain object phone number, and what I get back is my domain user profile. Underneath, I convert the phone number to text, do a find by phone, and then I get a DTO back here, which I then convert to a user profile. Right, because the interface here is my user profile repository. This is in my domain, right? This is the port, right? This is this port here. Because it's inside the hexagon, all the objects are in terms of our domain objects, right? So in this interface, you will only see domain things: phone number, user profile, email. It's a string. I could make it a value object. But the implementation of it, and there are two of them, at least. There's one that I use for tests, and then there's the real one that talks to the database. And that uses the underlying JPA repository to do the actual work of storing it in the database. And then this adapter translates between the two. On my DTO classes, I could use a constructor, but I prefer the from, because it makes it easier to see, especially when I'm doing sort of lambda mappings, stream mappings kind of thing. So I tend to use from, but not strictly. This one has a constructor. Cool Wizard, do I separate DTO resource with DTO entities? I'm not quite sure what you mean by resource. Offie, can you show the repository implementation for tests? Of course. So what I test, I don't test this. I don't test this class, right? There's no point in me testing this class. I didn't write the code for it. Spring provides it. What I might need to test is, am I doing the adapting right? So I have a user profile JPA adapter test. And this is where my tests are. So here, this test is an integration test because I'm using Spring Boot. Right? So this is an integration test. So I basically get a real repository, and then I'm checking, although it's in memory, right? It's going to use the H2 one during testing. And then I make sure that I can store and retrieve things properly. Basically, this is testing, did I implement the adapter correctly? So I'm using a real database, testing that. For all my other tests, that's not what I want. That's what I want. So I have my fake one, and this is what I use in basically the rest of my tests. So my domain tests, where I do not want to be dependent on a real database, I just need some implementation of it, and I use a fake version, which just stores it in a collection. That's what I use pretty much everywhere else. So usage of this, let's go to like here. let's see. So here's where I pre-populate the fake user profile repository to have a name and a from phone number. So when I simulate the Twilio incoming text message request, it'll match against this user profile. So there are various uses of the fake one. So for testing this, I don't need to be talking to the database. And yes, because this test, so this one is using the fake repository, and you'll see no annotations here. So this is a micro test. This is a unit test. This is a domain only test, and therefore it runs as fast as anything else. And so I can run all of these tests in whatever time it takes to run any kind of unit test. So the time it's taking now is just because I have first time I load the project, it has to compile it. Other than that, 121 tests in a couple of seconds. And if I ran it again, it would run even faster. Yes, so I need the default constructor because that's what, for the DTOs, because that's what gets called by Hibernate underneath, yes. Oh, the JSON for the resource, yes. So those are also different kinds of DTOs. If I have APIs that I'm sending back and forth, then those will also be DTOs that are contained in the adapter that's dealing with the outside world. All right, so I run those tests again. All right, it takes no time. I could have 300 tests, 400 tests, 500 tests. The overall time difference would be minimal. So if we went to, for example, a different adapter where we're maybe dealing with JSON. So for example, in Twilio, I will have a text message sender, and it's going to deal with stuff, a request and response from Twilio. Although there's not really much there. I might have a transaction command. So I have like Twilio incoming request. This is a perfect example. This is a DTO. That's basically, turns out this is actually, this might be XML. But this is what I get as an incoming request from Twilio when I'm receiving a text message, the report of a text message. What do I think about Helios? I think it's great. I think most people don't actually use Helios. I prefer just hypermedia, but Helios is a fun word too. Tramstars asks, how did I end up with this structure? So I'd been familiar sort of, because I'm a longtime fan and reader of Alistair Coburn's work. And he's the one who basically came up and named hexagonal architecture, although he's called it ports and adapters. But I'd never really used it until I really wanted to focus on making code more testable. And I wasn't thinking about hexagonal architecture. I was just like, how do I make things more testable? And one of the fundamental things that hexagonal architecture talks about is the separation of concerns, right? Because I know that, you know, for the long time, that good unit tests don't deal with infrastructure, don't deal with network, hardware, external services, all that kind of stuff. And so that separation between what's my core and everything else is sort of natural, just from a testing standpoint. And the more I wrote code and was really trying to say, I want to keep these concerns separated, hexagonal architecture sort of fell out. So it wasn't a goal that I was going towards, but it turned out to be where I ended up because I was really focused on this needs to be testable. How can I stop testing through Spring or stop testing through some framework? How can I sort of push that to the edge? And if you keep sort of following those principles, you end up with something like hexagonal architecture. And once I realized that and made the connection, I said, wow, this is not just a nice architecture because it's a nice architecture, but it makes things really testable. That's when I took another look at it and really tried to and then started talking about it and speaking about it and teaching it. And the more I taught it and the more I worked with it, the more it really lends itself to making to helping you make your code more testable, which is my number one priority. Cool Wizard, that's a lot of translation between the DB and the real world. Yeah, but it's in memory, so it's fairly fast. If I was concerned about performance, there are ways I could certainly increase performance, which is the usual question about that kind of translation. There are also, no surprise, that there are automated tools which will automatically map, they're mapper tools, map between your domain objects and your DTOs that will get stored or sent out. You probably can guess how I feel about those. So Dr. Xmasisi asks when the static from gets called. Right, so it gets called in the mapping, so we can go look for that. Look for from, and we can go here and find out where it's called from. So here when I do a save, so here's my JPA adapter. When I want to save a domain goal, I convert it into a goal DTO by saying I want a goal DTO from a goal. Same here. Here I do a map, so I say as transaction, but I also have the reverse with a from. And same thing here. All right, I do an as user profile, as user profile, as user profile, and then, you know, all these, and here I have from, right? So it's the symmetrical kind of thing. Right, so I am not responsible for instantiating the DTO when I'm retrieving it from the database. Right, so I basically say when I want to find by ID and I want to get a user profile, now I'm talking to JPA, I do find by ID, and I get back a DTO. I actually get back an optional, because there might not be any. And this, I'm not responsible for. This is JPA, or more specifically, Hibernate, that's doing this for me. And then basically, because it's an optional, I can just do a map to a user profile. And then I'll basically return an optional of user profile. Oh, hey, Simon Gearing. Yep, found that out before I knew it had a name. Translate to recommend some book for hexagonal architecture. Funny enough, I think I can. I don't have it handy, but there's a fellow who I'm blanking on his name, who recently published a book, and I was looking through it. I'm like, well, there goes my need for writing a book, because he wrote quite a bit of what I would write. Although I think I would be taking a much more test-oriented point of view, no surprise. But I think I could recommend his book. Hit me up in the Discord to remind me, and I'll find the specific His name is Ted. It's another Ted. Can I get his royalties? Can I get another Ted so that he can go write the book and then I get all the credit? Simon Gearing says, thought it was just architecting for doing DI and unit testing. Never realized until later it was a concept people wrote books about. Yeah. So Dr. Xmasisi says, I can see how it can automate it. And yes, you can also guess why I wouldn't do it. Offer, what's the main difference having in mind the fields between my DTOs and the domain entities? So DTOs tend to be basically strings and numbers. Right? So if you look at my DTOs, they tend to be strings and numbers, which makes sense because what you get and deal with from the outside world is strings and numbers. What do we store in databases? Strings and numbers. And dates. That's a whole other thing, right? Strings and numbers. And yes, we can store binary objects and stuff like that, but really, we store strings and numbers. What do we get from our web UIs? Strings and numbers. What do we get from any external service? Mostly strings and numbers. So the things that are at the edge, right? The things that are sitting inside of the adapters that are coming in and going to the outside world tend to be strings and numbers. Whereas in my core domain, I don't want to deal with strings and numbers. I want to deal with named typed things. right? So here, phone is just a string. But in the user profile, it's a phone number. Role isn't a string. Role is an enum. And yes, date is basically a string, or date could basically be a number, right? It could be milliseconds since the epoch. And even here, if I pushed a bit more, both name and email would also be value objects and therefore be typed. So inside my core domain, I want types. I want lots of types. I want types everywhere. Out here, I got to translate those to strings and numbers, and vice versa. So yeah, it turns out that I don't have a service, or I don't have a lot of services, because what is traditionally done as a service to sort of separate things, provide a level of indirection so that you can have more control. I don't have a lot of those because I've already got this separation naturally through the hexagonal structure. I still have some services, like I've got a welcomer service, but I don't have one sort of per repository, which I see in other Spring Boot code bases. I have them more for like, no, this needs to actually be a service that's providing a service more according to the domain-driven design pattern, as opposed to sort of the at service, which is kind of, this is a meaningless role. So I never exposed CRUD repository directly as a REST endpoint. God, no. Now because then I would have, and I think that's a horrible idea. Unless you truly are creating a CRUD app that you want your endpoints to change whenever you make the slightest change in your database. Which, if that works for you, then yeah, great. And so there's certainly a lot of applications where there's not much here in the domain. And this is what I talk about all the time. It's like, yes, there are cases where hexagonal architecture is not going to work for you. I talk about it enough where I have a slide for it. Right? If you've got basic CRUD, you don't have a lot of behavior except maybe for some validation, don't bother. If you're doing just integration stuff, probably not worth it. But if you've got a core domain that has business logic in it, that is non-trivial, use hexagonal architecture. And so now if you watch the YouTube version of my talk, you can probably fast forward past parts of it. So I'm gearing, has Kevin Henny done one? I'm not sure. I'm not sure who you're talking about. I can guess who you might be talking about. But I have a feeling autocorrect might be getting in the way. You're talking about Kevlin? Does he talk about it? I don't know that I've seen him talk about specifically hexagonal architecture much. There are other folks that I've seen talks by, obviously Alistair Coburn, who is not writing a book about that. I know Ian Cooper has done some talks about that. There's some folks in the .NET world who certainly have talked about it, but I don't know who their names offhand. So Cool Wizard says, with read-only stuff, you could expose the entity. You could. I just think it's dangerous to do that unless it really is just a CRUD app. Because now you have coupled your internal storage to what external clients require. And for me, I follow there's a pattern from the domain-driven design book called anti-corruption layer. I kind of think you almost need that between any core service and any clients, so that you are not forced to change when you do something, when they change something, and vice versa, they don't have to change when you need to change something. And so that's also a bit of the problem with the automapper stuff, is you possibly unintentionally propagate changes to your external clients, and if you're not careful, like if you don't have contract tests, then you might have unintentionally broken an API. All right, Dr. XMCZ, have a good one. Hey, Stuckstick, how's it going? Welcome. Gary, I might have been confusing them with someone else then. Yeah, it happens to me all the time. Do I have any suicidal thoughts after a session of programming in Java? I kind of get what you're saying, and but I'd like you to be careful about using the word suicidal in kind of any context like this, because I don't think it's. I'd rather you didn't. Let's put it that way. We can talk about being frustrated with it, but you know, basically, suicide is not a joke. Is kind of my point. Yes, there's lots of things that are frustrating. Java, it does not frustrate me, but I also have the advantage or disadvantage of being a long-time Java developer. I will say that when I found out this morning what the problem was with testing the view routing that we were having yesterday, and it was basically because I goofed on something super simple in JavaScript module world. That was frustrating. SoundGrant basically makes a facade between your domain and your external dependency. You can get away with that without mapping data entities to domain objects to API, but you better make sure you have tests to handle things changing. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to couple things in an automated fashion, that's fine as long as you have some way of detecting that you've accidentally exposed that change. So if you've got good contract tests for your APIs, then yeah, go for auto mapping if that suits your needs. I tend, because I don't work in huge projects a lot, I tend to not use these automated tools. But I could certainly see if I was generating hundreds of these things, yeah, I probably would not want to do it by hand. Yeah. All right. And again, if you want to watch basically the webinar I did that runs through some of this stuff, although certainly probably not into this depth. Whoops, wrong window. Just go to jitterted.tv. That's my YouTube channel. Feel free to subscribe. I've got 204 subscribers. Someday, this year, my goal is to get to 1,000 so I can actually start making money. Like all of, 5 cents. And you'll find under the talks, you'll find the testable code with hexagonal architecture. How do I handle relational objects like set of or one-to-many on those DTOs? So in my entities, they're going to be lists or maps of other things, and then I just translate those. And again, if you have lots of complex object graph relationships, then you might get to the point where you might want some code generation help. But I tend to not have very complex graphs. But a set or a list, it's not hard. In fact, I'm probably going to have to implement that when I move to. Oh crap! Did I get over 1,000 followers? Oh man! And I'm saying that because I'm like, oh, I was going to have a celebration for 1,000 followers. Well, I guess that's sooner than I thought it would be. So, wow, 1,005. I still feel like 50 or 100 of those are bots, and they'll just never go away. But I'll take it. Thanks, Offie. I will. So, given that I have hit over 1,000, let's see, what's today? Today's June 24th. Maybe I'll do something for July, like July 1st. What day is July 1st? Here's my calendar. I'm useless without a calendar. So July 1st. Oh, it's a Wednesday. Yeah, maybe I'll do something special on July 1st, because I've got some stuff to give away that I've been holding on to for a while. I've got some free books. I've got a free IntelliJ license. Yeah, I've got a few things to give away, so I'll have to figure out how I want to actually run that. So I'm open to ideas. Hit me up in the Discord if you've got ideas for that. But I was able to oh, and I have a Replit subscription. So yeah, so I've got some prizes. Thanks, Cool Wizard. So Simon Gearing says, you need to take into account architecture concerns like caching or auditing of your data access layer, UI state in the view that's not in the domain. Yeah, so there's logic and state elsewhere, or things that you have to worry about in those other areas. But those are separate concerns. And so keeping them separated. So there's the song by The Offspring. And I would, when I give the talk on hexagonal architecture, is one of the fundamental things is keep the things separated. So I play that song. Most passing test points gets IntelliJ license. I wonder why Tramstars would suggest that. Wonder. I may need more than a week to prepare for it, because I may want. I'll have to think about this, but certainly within the next week or so, I will have a 1,000 follower celebration. Tramstars has 40,000 test passing points. Actually, I have no idea, but I'm guessing it's around that. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break, and when we come back, how much time we have? We've got time. Am I going to make a course in microservices? Not specifically. I have my upcoming course, which I will be announcing also within the next week, because the structure of the course is set. It'll probably be not late July. It'll actually turn out to be early August, because late July, my corporate client has moved their stuff to the end of July. So I will have a course on sort of some of this stuff around the code smells, the refactoring, the testing, the hexagonal architecture without Spring Boot. Then I'll have a follow-on course that will be Spring Boot, and we'll cover a lot of this kind of stuff. And after that, I might have something follow on that. Which would be some Spring Cloud stuff, but I'm not sure. All right, Tramstars, have a good night. Thanks for staying up. Thank you, Simon Gearing. So good time for a break. So let's take a short coffee break. When we come back, we'll get back to, and again, I'm more than happy to take these detours, because the more I talk about and explain things and answer questions, means the better I can explain it in the future. So we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll push forward on getting the UI for the game working. So we pulled some code for into testing. We pulled some testing code from our HTML-based tests into a micro test. And so now what we'd like to do is let's start expanding this test so it actually starts using game. Right now it's not really showing anything, because our Yacht controller is basically hard coding things, and we'd like to stop doing that. So what we'd like is not just that the role exists as an attribute, but we'd like it to actually be the most recent role of a game. So let's replace this assert with model get attribute of role, and that should return a string. Yes. Oh, it returns an object. Right, because it could be an object. In our case, we would like it to initially be a string. So is instance of string.class, and then is equal to what do we say? Let's how would we want to format our role? Let's say, I don't know, comma separated. Thank you. He says, realizes the second game now. One more, and I'm going to start thinking about building a Java game utility package. Well, yes, I realize I keep doing this because I still have to go back to my blackjack game, and we have to figure out the different way to handle state. And I would like to finish one of them. But what I did realize, which would be kind of cool, is to not just sort of maybe create a game utility package, but actually tie these together as services and build sort of a top level casino or game of chance kind of thing, and see what would that look like. And that might lead to me doing a microservice course, because okay, there's the provider for this service and provider for this. Then there's the generic sort of online game handler that deals with players and authentication and things like that. So never short on ideas around here. Samu, do I need the instance of I'm also doing is equal to? No, but I want to be explicit about that. I expect it to be a string, because later I think that might change. But yeah, it's sort of might be overkill. So what we want it to be equal to is, I have no idea. What do we want the display to look like? My guess is eventually it's going to be a list of die. But for now, we'll just say it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, let's do something better. 3, 1, 4, 1, 5. Let's do that. It's nice how the first bunch of numbers in pi are less than 6. Yeah, actually, I was kind of hoping that doing this would allow us to sort of automatically cast, but you can't. That's not easy to do from an API standpoint. So this sort of is redundant. Maybe I'll take it out. And then I don't need this because that'd be redundant. Okay, so this will clearly fail, or if it's not clear yet, it will be in a second. Let's switch back to just running our domain tests. And it does fail because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is not the same thing as those. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm going to use some dice renderer thing, CSS. I actually have those stashed away somewhere. I got to find it. It's in one of my code pens. But it'll probably require that they be individual elements in the model itself, as opposed to something else, as opposed to one string like I have it now. Okay, so this fails. And of course it fails because we have no way of controlling what gets put into the role, especially since the role result is just hard coding it. So what we need to do, the answer to most of these problems are and if you were thinking dependency injection, that's right. Yes, we went straight to the web UI. We started out with nothing, just tests, and then we pulled it in to a Spring Boot project. Yeah, we skipped the whole console thing. Otherwise, we would have ended up in a very similar place, and I would not have been happy. So we need to inject something that is in here that is going to be something that we can control, which sort of makes sense because who's doing the rolling? Where is the score? We need something. And right now that's represented by game. So, so let's go back to here. What we'd like to inject, and really it's game service. because game is kind of an entity. So we can't just pull in and inject an entity, although we could. Is that a tinier step that will help us? Well, let's see what happens if we tried to do that. So if we said game, and we would pass in a stub dice roller, we'll probably have to pull that up. Where is that? That was here. Let's pull this up and package, yes. And it put it in the test, so that's good. Then we can move this, because this actually can be static. And then we can move this. Yeah. Yeah, I'll move. I kind of want to. I was going to move this to stub dice roller. If I extract this out, let's do that. Then I can move this over to the stub dice roller. And so then here, I think now I could basically inline this. So now that looks like this. Yeah, that's fine. And so now this has sort of a convenience method, so I don't have to do the dice roll of. So that's nice. That up. Okay, and back here, so now I can say new game and then stub dice roller. That not get made private? Oh, it's in a different package. All right, I gotta move this up. Let's move this to just Yacht. There we go. Why aren't you importing it? Oh, because it's not public. How did you not become public? Okay, now, okay. And so what we want is 31415. Okay. Yeah, it was in package scope, which was effectively private. When I must have extracted the class, I didn't notice that it just did a package scope. And then this I want to store in a variable called game. Now, I would like to inject something like game. We'll see this is going to be weird, because game, since Yacht controller is going to need to be created by Spring, game is in our domain, so our dependency direction from adapter, which is out here, to core is fine, except we're going to have a problem from Spring's point of view. So if we go here and we create a constructor, and then we basically create, private final game, and then create add that as a constructor parameter. Whoops. Initializing constructor. No, not new game. Game. This is essentially auto-wired. So in Spring, what that means is whatever gets injected also has to be manageable or also has to be a Spring managed bean. And it's not. And we don't want to make it that. Right? So the quick answer would be, oh, let's just go into game and tag it as, you know, component. But this violates hexagonal architecture. We are in our domain. We should not have even the merest hint of something that involves an adapter. You might say, well, come on, it's just an annotation for component. And I will say, nope. Violates the rule. So, because from our domain, we cannot rely in even the mildest way on the existence of a framework. So, the answer to any coupling problem is level of indirection. So instead of game, we can provide a game service that says, here's the current game. Yeah. So game doesn't work. Yes. So Spring Boot is doing the DI here. And so Spring is trying to do the dependency injection of game, but in order for it to do the dependency injection, right, in order for it to instantiate game, it has to know about game. It has to know game, and it only knows game if we have component. If we take that out, Spring knows nothing about this class, right? Because when Spring starts up, it scans all the classes to see what it needs to manage. This is not one of those things that it manages. And so therefore, Spring is in charge of creating this controller at runtime. Therefore, if it needs to instantiate it, it needs to be able to inject game, and it can't. And in fact, if we ran this, we would see an appropriate error message. So we could use, inside of our domain, if we had a reason for it, we could use a separate dependency injection container. But I can't think of a reason why I do that. Can Spring use a third-party DI? I guess. I don't know why you'd want to do that either. It's got its own DI. So I could, and the problem is they still wouldn't be compatible with each other anyway. So somehow we need to make game something that can be managed by Spring. Now there are a couple of ways to do it. One is we could make some service, and then the service has to go find the game. That's one way. Another way is, as part of our startup configuration, we go, where is it? Here. We can, and this is where we can do the transformation of things that are in our domain to make them available to things that are not in our domain. And this is the magic bean annotation. Yes, we have magic beans. Oh man, Ted, what are you doing? So we can say, here's where you get a game. You want a game? You get it from this method. And then we can return new game. And now, in a sense, this is maybe callback-like. This is certainly a factory method. And so now we have full control over how this is created. And so from a hexagonal architecture constraint point of view, this is totally fine. Our runtime application configuration can totally depend on game. And so now our game is still happy to be isolated in its own, it's in the hexagon, so it's in the domain. And our Yacht controller is now happy because when Spring needs to find a game, it knows how to create one. Now, I might want more control over how this gets created, most likely during tests. And there are ways to deal with that as well, which we'll see. Side of things. Oh, that was a mistake. But I end up putting this too close to my Mac, which is generating heat as it does. Simon Gearing says, yep, similar to .NET Core DI, lets you pass in a lambda returning an instance of the requested type or a type that implements the requested interface. Yeah, I don't know what's up. My my streaming machine is happily putting out 5K BPS, but I do notice some of the choppiness. Not sure what was going on there. I'll blame Twitch. It is showing a bit of red, but it's green from my end. So I'll blame Twitch. Yeah, I saw it was intermittent there. So I didn't do anything useful. Other than comment that this is now warm because it was next to my heat generating Mac. So this is the way we can basically tie the two together, again, without causing a direct dependency of our Spring code on our domain, which would be bad. And the rule I always use to remind myself of this is, could I delete all the Spring related code and completely pull out Spring from my Maven dependencies, and would I still be able to run my core domain tests? And I should be able to, and they should pass. So I should be able to run all my domain tests. I haven't changed anything there. Other than apparently my refactor didn't go very well. Did it not import it? Ah, didn't import it. Let's try that again. Now it's fine. So I still got this one failing test, which is the one we're working on, but otherwise we're good. Let me do a commit, even though we've got a failing test. Some refactoring of factored stub into its own class. Provided Spring managed the. I can tell I'm close. I'm getting towards the end of my stream when I start misspelling things. Spring managed bean for game to the controller. Wrote unit test for controller. Let's commit that. And go back to our Yacht controller test. Now we got that, right? So we certainly have a game that has this, which will be the next role, or always the next role. Oh. I realized my stub might have a problem. So I previously, so I converted it to use an iterator, but then if I run out of roles, that might be a problem. All right, well, I won't worry about it until it is a problem. As I like to say, don't solve problems you don't have yet. I guess that's the alternate side of Yagni. Oh. Yagni, don't solve problems that you don't yet have. I don't think that's I think that's another acronym, but I don't think it's nicely as pronounceable, because then that's what, DSPTYD. Yeah, that's not pronounceable. Maybe somebody will help me make this into an acronym instead of an initialism. Simon Gearing says, when you do hexagon.net, you tend to have more interfaces, but the important point is your tests can be set up so they don't even reference assemblies outside of the core domain assembly, and the assembly containing the interface and POCO, right, is defined in the public API for the infrastructure. Doesn't have to physically know anything about infrastructure because the DI indirectly handle it. Yeah. It does look close. Yeah. But that's, I mean, to me, that's the other way of thinking about Yagni, is like, even though I'm aware that this might be a problem, I don't need to solve this right now because I actually haven't encountered it. Probably when we get more sophisticated, simulations of the progression of the game, we'll run into it. Okay, so now the problem is that even though we're passing that in, the Yacht controller is still ignoring it. Let's have the Yacht controller actually pay attention to what the role was. So here, this would be game dot last roll. For now, we'll just do a toString on this. And see what happens. So it'll still fail, but it'll fail differently, right? Because we basically got the empty dice roll. So that's not great. We actually should have at least seen, even though formatted differently, we should have seen this roll. And we don't have that because we we did not call roll dice. So let's do game roll dice. Now we should at least get 31415 here, although it won't be formatted quite right. And we do. Right? So we didn't, this kind of thing where we're connecting our controller actions to the underlying stuff that we want to happen as a result of the controller action, is where is what I think is useful as a focused integration test. Right? We're not trying to simulate it with an end-to-end HTML-based test. We can go deeper and say, did this thing call the right thing in the underlying object? So, so now we got that. We can sort of fix. We can sort of cheat. Let's cheat and say. Let's see. We can get stream. Oh, we get a stream. Let's do that. String roll equals game dot last roll dot stream dot joining. No, dot. Can I do this? Dot joining? No. Dot stream dot collect joining collectors dot join. I think I can do this a different way. I think I can do string.joining. Well, there's this way, but can I do it the other way? Is the stream iterable? I don't think so. All right, so we'll go this way. Joining, and the delimiter, what do we say, is just a space. What did we mess up? Cannot be applied to what now? Oh, joining expects strings or character sequences. We're streaming out integers, so we need to convert those. So we can do a map and hand in string value of. Can we do that? Yes. Okay. Whee! That's fun. We're doing a map, and we're collecting it. And this is a super... one would think there'd be a better way, but that's, you know... Now, so this should pass, unless I've gotten some formatting wrong. And it does pass. Now, some folks who follow Fred George, who's somewhat well known in at least the OO microservice community, would say this is wrong. That the last roll, the dice roll class, is revealing too much information. It's basically exposing, even though it's via a stream, it's exposing too much information inside the class. Now, I don't know if specifically he would object to this because I'm exposing a stream, but it would still be too much. What he would prefer is passing into the role basically a print writer or a string writer. But for me, that violates hexagonal architecture. Oh, cool, Sam. Who you? I didn't know you worked at the same company. That's cool. Yeah, I've followed him for many years in his early talks, and they definitely, certainly in early days of microservice, him and dang, I totally blanked on the other fellow's name from ThoughtWorks. One of those you haven't used the name in a while and you forget it. But yeah, so and the way he talks about and thinks about I generally fully agree with. This one doesn't, because to me it violates hexagonal, because with hexagonal I want my core domain to be not concerned at all with the presentation. No, not Martin Fowler, although he worked with Martin Fowler. I'll have to look it up. This was way back in 2012. I took a workshop with him where he basically, this was one of the first discussions or public discussions around microservices. So so Fred George might object to this, but I think this is at least better than me handing like a writer and have the object itself be responsible for transforming itself to text. Because I don't think that's the object's responsibility. I think that responsibility is the presenter's responsibility. In this case, here. You could just Google hexagonal architecture, or you could go to my presentation, which will tell you more about hexagonal architecture than you might want to know. I should create a shortcut for that. Copy, press. You can check out that. Oops, dang it. I just accidentally closed my dashboard. Window focus, what is wrong with you? Okay. Yes, it's all about keeping stuff separated. The main diagram I would offer to you is this one. Core domain. This is where your business logic, your domain logic, your game logic is in. All these other things are external concerns. You never mention anything about the outside world in your core domain. You know, it's sort of, at least Alistair Coburn wasn't talking about hexagonal anymore, and a lot of folks were talking about ports and adapters. But I have been possibly helpful, or at least I've been one of those who have been sort of using that term again, because I really like the way it focuses. Not like the fact that there are ports and adapters to me is not the interesting part. The fact that there's separation, I think, is the important part. And yes, sometimes people get hung up on the shape, but that's easily corrected. Plus, I do like the shape. Just like cozy coding is part of the geometry cult. I'm part of the hexagonal cult. So all this whole presentation is in that link I just posted. It's an hour webinar where I basically go through the whole presentation. You can watch that at your leisure. And what's nice about it being a presentation is you can watch it at double speed or half speed, depending on what you need. Hey there, Bing Jam Dodd. Thank you. Yeah, I have some more work on my diagrams. Still not quite where I want it, but it's better than the balsamic mock-up wireframe ones that I had originally. Okay, so we've got all our test passing because we now are at least properly getting the information from our game. Simon Gearing says we've ended up with 3 terms of the same thing given many languages and ecosystem ending up in the same place architecturally. Yes, although I still feel like there are some subtle differences between like onion and clean and hexagonal. So I'm not sure they're always exactly the same. But I don't really talk about clean very much for reasons. And I think there's some differences when you get to much larger applications in terms of what is the inside of the hexagon look like, because there's even further layers there. But anyway. All right, so we roll the dice. Right, so we've hooked that up. And now our test passes so that when we get this, we now have tests that cover that when we click on roll dice, we will see the actual dice roll. So what that means is we can commit. So hook, so Yacht controller now uses the game for rolling dice and getting dice roll. So we'll that. And now if we run the application, was it deprecated? Oh, okay. We'll go here, localhost 9090, roll our dice. We got a 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. And so if we go back here and roll dice, we still get 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're in the ones category, it does nothing because we don't handle that post. I would have expected that roll dice. Did we not hook up? I would have expected it would be different. So our dice roller by default is a dice roller. Oh. I'm like, I should be getting different dice rolls for real. So we never did that. So let's actually, we should actually implement a proper dice roller. Simon asks, might have already been covered earlier. Do I have a test that defines how many dice should exist? I don't need to because we refactored the dice roll into its own class that by definition has 5 dice. I think I had left it like this because I thought I might refactor to an interface and I ended up not doing that. So that explains why I'm getting 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's actually use random die roller. So in order to do that, we should run a test, write a test. We got stub dice roller, but that's not really a test. So let's create a new test, dice roller test. I don't know why by default it makes it not public. Why would my test not want to be public? Let's go fix that. It'll be our JUnit 5 test class. So this we would like to be public. Okay. And let's, whoops. Multiple roles should use underlying dice. Use multiple roles should be random. So dice roller, new roll, whoops, bar. Now, we do have our random die roller that we can leverage. Should use die roller. So we can assert, I mean, obviously this isn't going to pass because it's certainly not using anything. We'll say roll. What are we asserting? So we should be able to assert it's equal to something. Dice roll of 5, 1, 4, 2, 3. Now, certainly it will not be equal to that because it's returning some hard-coded value. And that's true. So now what we can do is we can, instead of that, what we would like is we'd like to have a private final. Actually, you know what? Let's force that through our test. So what we want to pass in here is a new random die roller. So let's create a constructor that this dot die roller equals random die roller. That was not the way I wanted to do this, and it's not a random die roller, but just a die roller. We don't need to be. That was really the wrong way to do this. Let's back up. Let's not have it do it this way. I was hoping it would generate the constructor the way I wanted to, but it didn't, so let's just do it this way. We'll do private final die roller, and then have this generate the constructor. And that's much better. And so now, if we don't pass in a die roller, what we'd like is we'd like to use the random one. Okay. So now, here, we don't want to hand in a random die roller. I mean, we could, but that won't allow us to be predictable. Also structural, yes. And so we haven't gone full value object because right now the die themselves, the die values themselves are not constrained. This could be 99 and nobody would care except for me. And maybe one of you out there might care. Probably not. So we haven't done that. That's actually a to-do. I think I had that as a to-do. Yes. So that's a to-do. We'll get there. So we want a dice roller. And I think we've got one. Don't we have one? Thought we had one. Do we not have one? Oh, maybe I have it as a lambda somewhere. So no, I guess we didn't implement one. We might have had one and then we deleted the test for it. I think that's what happened. That's fine. So we'll do that. And so dice roller, although we'll have to, we can't just use a simple lambda, unfortunately, because it's going to need to return different values every invocation. That's kind of a bummer. So we can do this, stick it in here, return dice dot next. So make dice an iterator. Yeah. Create a field in our anonymous. And man, you come up with the craziest suggestions sometimes, IntelliJ. We want an iterator of integer. And that's going to be a new list of, what did we say? 5, 1, 4, 2, 3. Not new list of. List of, and then that iterator. Why not? Make it final. Okay. This is a very awkward way of doing this, but that's fine. Let's see if it makes the test pass. Oops. Oh, right. We don't need that. Because if we don't specify something, it will use the random one. Seriously? think we can just use super, and which we don't really need. Okay. Aw. Oh, right, we didn't hook things up yet. And this is why we have tests. And this is why my prediction was wrong, because that information had been pushed out of my short-term memory because we were focused on implementing the random die stuff, and we're not actually using die roller. So let's go use it now. So how are we going to do this? I guess we can do for I from 0 to 5. And then die, I guess we'll have to accumulate it in a list of integer. Because we can't manufacture a dice roll one piece at a time, it has to be all or nothing. So we'll die rolls new list, our new array list. And here we'll do die rolls add die roller roll, and then return dice roll dot new. Oh, that's a bummer. So now we would like a way to convert from a list of integers into a dice roll. So let's do dice roll from die rolls. So implement that. And I guess we can do return new dice roll of die rolls, create constructor that, and then we can say dice equals, probably copy it. Not collectors. Collections. Unmodifiable list of die rolls. Okay. We can make this private. Not that it really matters. We'll leave it. No, we'll not leave it. Let's make it private. We make this private? Who's calling this? Let's make this private, and then we'll fix it up, because these should be private. So we'll probably get a compile error somewhere where this is called, which is here. This usage is okay. This is the one that's not. It'd be nice to have sort of a null dice roll. But for now, we'll just do dice roll of. And so this is problematic because we've got zeros here. Right now, we're not enforcing it because we're not using die. Yes. Java, basically, it's all reference. So we want to make sure that we retain our own copy of anything that was passed in. Yeah. Exactly. So I would actually say .NET does it like Java. All right. We've got a broken test in an unexpected place. That's interesting. And it's only one broken test. That's really weird. What did we mess up? Ah, so I am, by looking at this, I am not surprised. Because we haven't set it up to work properly. So we basically want to do something similar to this and set it up so that it actually is 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now that should pass. And that's a good verification that we're actually using the random dice roller. All right, so that all passes. So let's go all the way back to dice roller. So now it's using, if we don't specify otherwise, it uses the random one. Otherwise, we can inject one that we might want to have more control over. I may not be happy about this, but I have no better suggestions offhand, other than being able to do like a builder kind of thing. Indeed. Deep versus shallow, yes. So if that list of die rolls had complex objects that themselves needed to be... Yeah, you've got all the same problems we do. That's what you get for copying. You get the good with the bad. So all our tests are passing. Let's... So now if we actually play the game, let's go play it. Play it. Play it. We're nowhere near being able to play it. Let's go back here. So roll dice. So I expect every time we roll results, we should get a different value. And we do. So that's good. Is it morally wrong? That makes me feel it. Misery loves company, right? Okay, so that's working as expected. So let's go commit. Dice roller now uses the die roller, uses the appropriate die roller implementation. The random die roller implementation by default. What else do we change? That's fine. That is what we did. We have a test for that. That was a minor fix. That fixed the other test. And that's just our readme. Okay, cool. All right. What's next? So we've got... So if we go all the way back to our web test and think about what do we want next, right? So we have this button that allows us to score it against a specific category. Rhino says in C++ there's no reflection, so you write your own copy constructors. Sometimes that would be actually really nice. Because Java has clone, which isn't always what you want. And so you end up having to do things manually anyway, and reflection is really slow, so... This is what gives Spring a bad name in terms of startup time, because it's doing a bunch of reflective stuff to extract all the components and annotations and all that kind of stuff. This end time is wrong. I think I changed this yesterday, but it should not be... We are not ending in an hour. We are we're ending much sooner than that because I'm no longer able to talk. I think I changed this yesterday because we were on a roll, no pun intended. There we go. That's better. Like, boy, today's stream feels really long. Okay, so we have successfully rolled the dice, gotten the result, and now we want to be able to submit clicking a button that allows us to assign it to a category and get a score. You're going to get a compile code generator in the next generation of C#, so maybe some of the solution that uses reflection for deep clone may no longer need to. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, something that on the Java side that they're doing is you can sort of pre-compile, I guess, some of the scanning that Spring Boot would normally do upon startup. And then that would allow you to support the Graal VM stuff, which is all sorts of interesting possibilities. Okay, so we want to be able to score in one's category. Let's put in a little bit more space here, just because. I'll just put a break there. So let's say this is choose and freeze and full house. Freeze, full, yeah, Spring Boot basically has a mode where it'll collect it and then write it out to a file, so it's not at the compiler level, although the Graal VM stuff is a totally different animal. And basically you can't use reflection because it's all compiled down to basically native code. So it's no longer running on the no longer bytecode running on a VM. Okay, so let's see what this looks like. I don't know why it's complaining about threes. Typo in Word. Breh. Your parser is wrong. Let's run the application. I want to see what it looks like. I guess I didn't have to run it to see what it looks like. But while we're here. That's not what I wanted. Or maybe it is. No, I don't think it is. Yes, it is server-side rendered, but we can preview it. And this is the advantage of the time leaf templates system over other mechanisms, is I can basically hit this button and we see everything. We just don't see, it won't run against any server code. It's just showing the page itself. But because of the way time leaf templates replace things, we can insert sort of placeholder information. And that's kind of how it shows. I'm going to cheat, and I'm just going to put in some breaks here. Boy, this is awful. This is really horrible, but we're not worried about design right now. Okay, good enough. I don't know why it still doesn't like roll. So, okay, so now we need to handle the submitting of one of these buttons. So we could go to our test here. This does the post to roll dice. Post to roll dice goes roll result. And we could then do, oh, actually we should set on the form that the action is that, and that the th action is score or select category. I never know what the naming conventions should be for the name of HTML pages. I'll sometimes use kebab case, right? Basically dash separators, and sometimes I'll use camel case or Pascal case. I never know what to use. When I'm doing time leaf, I tend to do kebab case. Oh yeah, it's way better than the console app. So we'll do that. And actually, let's run the server. So that's all good. Let's go localhost. Oh, actually, I've already got it open. Here, click that. We'll score this in the choose category. That's fine. It went to select category, which is what I was hoping it would do. That's totally fine. And we forgot to say method is post. That's what I wanted. Okay. So now we know it's going to go somewhere. Yeah, all these frameworks have their own different ways of doing a bunch of this stuff. So let's see. So do we want to write a test at the top level that when we click on one of those buttons, it's going to call a post method? Yeah, let's do that. So we'll create a test. Post to select category scores role result for that category. Now, what'll be difficult here is we won't be able to control game, and so maybe it's not, and we shouldn't actually be concerned about it at this level. So we may not be able to observe what we need to observe without providing a way of controlling the game that gets created. So do we mock the game, or do we provide another bean? Well, let's see. So we want to do a similar thing. We want to do a mock MVC form, a post to select category, and then from there we want to expect. Oh well, we need more information with the post, such as not request attribute, but param. And the parameter that we want is basically, like if we click this, category equals that. Yeah. So category is that. So that, and then we expect, what do we expect? Well, we'll certainly expect that we're going to get redirected. And that it's redirected to back to role result. Now, I guess this is a gameplay flow. Will it, if you select a category, does it automatically roll the dice again? Or do you have to explicitly say roll dice? I think we'll have to explicitly say roll dice. And I think that's good enough for now. So if we run this test, it will likely fail because we have no post controller or post mapped controller. And we got 4404. That's fine. So let's go to our yacht controller. And we'll create a post mapping. So it's going to return a string. Assign role to category. What are we going to get? We're going to get a string called category. And we're going to do post mapping to, what was it? Select category. Can you change your mind with respect to the category until the roll the dice again? We might be able to do that. That feels like a nice to have. That's almost like an undo. I don't think you're allowed to do that in the game, though, so I don't think I want to allow it. And that does lead to, well, then why bother having then a separate button click? Why not just roll the dice again? And that's possible. So we assign roll to category. So right now we do nothing other than return a redirect to roll results. Roll results, which I guess should be hyphenated. Oh no, this is the URL. Right, never mind. This is a common mistake, confusing the URL with the name of the HTML file. The redirect is the URL. Okay. Would be nice to know that the category got selected correctly. So I'm going to sort of cheat for now and just say the category equals category. All right, so let's run that test again. It should pass. And indeed, category is 3s. Okay, good. I mean, I could figure out how to, I mean, I could spend some time writing a test for that, but I don't need to. Okay, so we know that that's going to work. So we know that the category gets assigned based on whatever was posted. And so then we can now drop back down a layer into our more micro testy testing directly against this thing. So let's do that. Let's go to our test. And assign dice roll to category scores based on that. 2 3 scores based on 3s. Five scores results in 4 of 6. Okay. So we're going to do pretty much the same thing we've done before. And but we'll use different values here. So 1, 1, or 1, 3, 3, 5, 5. We'll roll the dice. Oops. And what we want is yacht controller. assign role to category, and we're going to assign it to threes. And now we can assert that game.score should be equal to 3 plus 3. And it will most certainly not be that. Let's run all of our domain tests. And indeed, it is 0 because it is not doing anything. Good. So we can go into here. We can now say game. And here is where we get to the point where it's like, do we add yet another method to support threes? Or do we figure out a more generic way to do this? I'm going to go with just that. Create that method. Score plus equals yacht score as threes, our last roll. Hey, Crazy Tech, Australia. So you're in the future. You're at least what, 17 hours ahead of me? We're 7 hours behind, but tomorrow. I've just been dealing with a potential customer in Australia, so I've become familiar with the time zone differences. Welcome. So it must be something like 9 a.m., a little before 9, unless you're further. Yeah, 8:45. So now this should pass, I think. Yes. We are not assigning the category. We're not paying attention to this, but who cares? We're always going to assign it as threes. And it indeed passes. Okay. But clearly, this is not going to scale for all the other categories. Because what we certainly do not want to be doing is, if category is threes, if categories is fours, etc., and so on. So we could create another test. And this might be where not quite enough duplication for me. So assign dice roll of 2, 2, 2, or 4 to full house. And so that's 2, 2. Actually, I'm going to go 4, 4, 2, 2, 2. Those are logically equivalent. We'll roll the dice, we assign it to full house, and then we expect this to equal 4 plus 4 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2. And it will most certainly not be that. Almost certainly. Not even close. Yes, Austria and Australia unfortunately get confused by some folks when they are completely different. So if we tried to assign role to category, oh, thank you, Crazy Tech. Appreciate that. So, of course it's 0. We're assigning to a threes category. Now, we could go, we've seen this before, we've seen this story before, right? Equals threes, else game.assign role to full house category. Could do this. This will make it pass. And that's our job, right? Remember, our job with TDD, not that, is this. Minimum amount of code to pass. Might be very messy or, quote, bad code, right? This is the most straightforward code. That's fine, because now we're in refactoring mode. this will not work. But we've got passing tests, and so we should commit. My commit bot seems to be broken. We're Simon Gearing. So let's see. So we now front end now processes. So this one has the extra buttons or buttons, depending on how you pronounce it. Okay, so now processes assigning role to categories for scoring. Although I should have said it, but only for freeze and full house. Okay. Yes, oh my god, JDK 14. Roll with the times. That's okay. Commitbot is I'm getting better at it. So I've less need for the commit bot. Okay, we've got 10 minutes left before end of stream for me. So let's leave this refactoring for next time. And yes, I think we've learned from Blackjack is like, let's really keep it super straightforward, simple until we absolutely need to make it more complicated. And I do want to get back to the Blackjack, although I think we're on a roll here. No pun intended. So we might continue with this tomorrow. Yeah, just thinking like, what is today? Today's Wednesday. For some of you, it's Thursday. So let's leave this refactoring for tomorrow. So let's put this in our to-do. We also have our full house validation is not quite right. So we'll fix that. We also have this problem, which we'll see. And this. So we've got a bunch of things that we want to do. So refactor the Yacht controller category assignment code. I actually think we pretty much know what we want to do next. Is there any oh, so we're not actually accessing the score? Can we access that from a test? Since we now have real roles that are predictable, we should actually be able to do that. So let's actually yeah, so let's actually beef up this test. So we'll do a get attribute on score. And this will be is equal to, let's see, we're scoring it based on what? Oh, we haven't actually scored it. Because we haven't assigned it a category. We could roll the dice. Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure if we do this in this test though, because this is just the initial roll, initial dice roll. So hold on, let's undo that for a second. This is initial dice roll, returns roll and results page. Yeah. So what we want to do is, I think here we assign roll to category. We're not, so we could also check. So assign roll to category does the thing and then redirects to roll result. We could call roll result and see and check the score. Are we rendering the scoreboard yet? No, actually what's funny is we ended up not, even though we did the CRC cards with game and messes up with my lighting and scoreboard as two classes, we ended up not creating a scoreboard class, which perhaps was not great, but we let the test tell us what, and the code tell us what to do. We may end up pulling out a scoreboard But right now, in terms of rendering, we're not actually rendering the score. So I'd like to finish off with a test on that, and then I think we'll be in good shape. Yeah, so let's wrap this up. So I think we'll save this for next time, figuring out how to evaluate the score. So let's make sure we put that in our to-do. Check that the score is being rendered as desired. Close. There you go. All right, so I think that's it. We'll just do a commit here, updated README. Commit that. We'll push. So this source is available. You feel free to take a look at it. It's up there. Thanks all for staying tuned today. I appreciate all of you, each and every one of you, all your follows. Thank you so much, and all your participation. It's always fun. So that's it, and we'll see you next time.